And we're live here at the station of Decapitation Without Your Head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And I believe Terrible Troy will be joining us here. I think he will, hopefully.
And we hopefully will be joined by Chad. It's a little hold up, so when he pops on, he may be disoriented, but we'll figure it out. So, hey Neal, what's up?
Not much. We'll talk about the old ones hopefully when he's here. Yeah, so very cool news for everyone in Boston area, New England area, and for us. We're going to be heading to Boston Underground Film Festival, and they announced, I don't know if they announced I don't think they announced all the shorts yet, but they announced the feature lineup.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Buff is something we both love. It's our local weird film festival. It's been going on for a pretty long time. Meet people there, some great creators, and it's at one of our favorite theaters, the Brattle Theater. If anybody has a chance to go, it's kind of like you could get a big pass or you could do piecemeal little things. Great opportunity to see. They always get great stuff. It's always quality stuff. You might like it, want or not like it, but it's always high quality, great stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So,
and this is the 24th anniversary.
Whoa!
The 24th annual.
Oh my God, that's amazing!
Yeah,
amazing. Hello to the people out there. I'm seeing Nicholas. I'm seeing Jamie and a hey guys with knives. I don't know who you are, but
we've got Jamie Hill. We're a big fan of Jamie Hill. We've got Nicholas Hatch. We also love Nicholas. Good to see him back. And we have Facebook user with the knives coming.
Let us know who you are, Facebook user. Be happy to share it, or we don't have to share it.
Right? Maybe wants to, or maybe they want to stay anonymous.
I'm
gonna go dox them right now.
Harry, Harry Warren from Dead of Winter. Nice. Nice to see you. That was great. This guy's costume was like perfecto.
Yeah, it was great. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was so great. Do we have pictures from that? I think I don't know if I will be happy with them or not because I'm so fussy, but I do want to. Let me get some links up here because we're going to an event this amazing weekend. An amazing event this weekend. It could be both. It can be an amazing weekend and an amazing event, and that is American Horror Story from Naomi Grossman. It's her one-woman show. It's the third, I'm seeing this now, the third in the trilogy of solo shows depicting the evolution of Naomi Grossman. Oh, I just lost my place. Hold up. Okay, the evolution of Naomi Grossman. American Horror Story reveals her history of hustling from the odd job she's held to her even odder love life. Naomi gives us to a straight with a slight gay detour, taking us on a transformative trip to Burning Man. I'm so curious about that. An acid trip to a 60s Rat Pack rager, and along her triumphant trip from Red Bull girl / Spanish teacher to #1 on IMDb. We had her on, and I think it's going to be an amazing, amazing show. She's so full of energy. She's a natural comedian. She can get serious when she needs to get serious, and I just think it's going to be amazing. If anybody is in the Boston area, there are still seats left. It's in, I want to make sure I don't get it wrong, so I better
Arlington.
In case. Is it in Arlington?
Yeah, Regent Theater at Arlington.
Yes, and Arlington is right there by Boston, by all the Boston things. So Arlington's a very lovely town. I haven't been there in a long time. I used to work in the Arlington area. I was in Arlington, actually. So yeah, we'll be there. And let's see, I think it is, it would be tonight. So if you're not here with us because you're there, then we approve. And the 9th, Saturday. And let's see, starts at 8:30. A fine time to start.
Yes.
So yeah, if you have a
mix up on the times.
Oh.
So he thought it was 5 Pacific instead of 4. So he'll be here, but it might be
cool. Yeah. So it's all worked out.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Yeah. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great time. And all my experiences with One People shows have been awesome. And Naomi is a natural entertainer, very funny, like you said, and can also be serious. And I always think that's a good combination for these kind of things. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a fun experience.
Definitely. And then we've got, man, what else do we have? We have a bunch of things coming.
Also this weekend, if we can make it, we see Imaginary also plays this weekend. So maybe.
Oh, is that at Alamo?
It's actually playing everywhere, I believe.
Well, is it playing, just going to say it, at either Brattle or Coolidge?
I don't believe so.
What? Come on, guys. I'm trying to, be there for you. Brattle, Coolidge. You are my priorities over Alamo, because Alamo's this big company.
I think it's playing names. I think it's just a wide release movie playing everywhere.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll figure it out. So when is that playing? Multiple days or one day?
Yeah, every day basically. It's playing. Okay. It's playing at AMC. Like we could go see it with our app. 12:33, 5:38, 10:30. So it's a movie that's playing everywhere, wide release.
And what is it called precisely? Imaginarium?
Imaginary.
Like Imaginary. This is about the bear, right?
Yes. We did the dramatic reading.
Yes, that was a fun time. We need to have more. Aren't you going to? I think Dave reminded us.
Oh, also have. I don't think we'll be able to make this one. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's also an Indian horror film playing this weekend at AMC called Shaitan, but the times are 7 and 10:30 at night, so it's probably not doable. I don't mind saying no, but a timeless tale of battle between good and evil with a family embodying the forces of righteousness while a man symbolizes malevolence.
Interesting.
I'm a big fan of Indian films.
You are indeed. Well,
I don't know how long Naomi's show is either.
I know I don't know if there's a way to know that. But I mean, the thing is that it would be like, unless we saw it in Arlington, but we'll see it. Right. Cause it's not like a one night event, right?
Imaginary's playing a lot. But this other movie might only be playing this weekend. It's
well, what can you do? Yeah. I'd rather see Naomi. Of course you would as well. So it'll be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to see Enter the Haggis next weekend.
Enter the Haggis.
I don't I think I don't know how I heard. Maybe it was on Facebook. Like you do the events and there's events recommended. I honestly don't. I assume it's like Enter Sandman, like crossing over with Scottish things. And I'm a little bit biased against Scottish, but sometimes they're okay. I don't know if you know that about me. Do you know that about me?
No.
If you're stubborn, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm going to tease you and pretend you're Scottish. But I have a lot of beloved people in my life. So that was a teasing from youth. When the damn Scottish people in my school who were my friends wore orange on St. Patrick's Day. So the battle began. That's right, people. Neal's just not.
No, I'm trying to find the picture of us with Harry Warden. And I don't want to get canceled on your anti-Scottish rants.
Not completely anti-Scottish, but it's a friendly with my friend Seth Heiss. I believe he is part Scottish, and I gave him a little hell about it, but it's not a legit. I don't like Scottish people. Scottish people, calm down. I still love you. I am going to tease you, and you can tease me back. That's how it is. Teasing when you like each other. That's the way it is. We had a question from the audience. I don't know if this is the time to do it because I'll go off about that.
One second. I'm just going to show. Here is the picture of Harry Warden.
Let's see. Hopefully it's not awful of me. I'm so
excuse me.
My screen is really bright.
There we are with Harry Warden and Dead of Winter.
Oh, that's right. The heart, because he had this amazing like candy heart box that is all,
with
like,
the actual
madness
heart in
on.
there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty awesome.
Look at
Great
that. It's
costume. One of
amazing.
my favorite slasher movies.
Dude. It's perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you're about to say? I'm sorry. Wait, to show the picture of Harry Ford.
You asked about questions, and there was a person in our fine, fantastic audience of people. Let me see. I think Tim Thompson asked us, and maybe we should wait and hold off on this, but asked about the fake Fred poster. Have you looked into this?
Yeah, I had actually. I saw. I'll be honest. Someone actually messaged it to me, thinking it was real, and I thought it was kind of obvious it wasn't real. But the
A mysterious person who shall go unnamed,
the headless critic. But
Jeez.
yeah, and he's. But anyways, I'll grab this photo.
Yeah.
And it says, "Get ready for." This is the text with it. Let's see. Fred series on Max with Rob Zombie. Get ready for a chilling journey into the origins of terror with Fred. A gripping 10-episode event on Max streaming services this October, starring DJ Qualls as the titular character himself. Witness the transformation of Fred Krueger from evil man into a nightmare slasher in this Wes Craven Studios production, directed by Rob Zombie in his television series debut. Now all that, like you could, just the writing, like, okay, maybe that's possible, but
I'm just gonna throw it out there that the poster for the Munsters, not that great.
That's very true. That's very true.
Not great. So
I think the to me, actually the picture of him, like, that could be like in a real movie, but the I know, honestly, I think the text is very bad. But
it is. Actually,
plus I don't know. I would think also if you did a new Freddy Krueger movie, you're probably not going to just blast what he looks like right in the very first image. Probably keep that a little. I don't know, but either way, it's not real. But the write up sounds like it could be real, and this stuff's gonna be harder to tell as the AI art gets better.
That is true. It could even be an AI article for all we know. AI is an insidious, dark thing.
I shared something else. I thought it was interesting, and then people told me it was fake. So I felt, but then I looked it up, and it's on like 8,000 websites, so maybe it's real. I don't know, but it was
so scary, isn't it? Scary.
So either it's fake and every website picked up on it thinking it's real and got duped, or it really is just real and someone else told me it was fake. So it was about a M. Night Shyamalan, like new series, Tales from the Crypt series, and like that it picked up. It was like greenlit for 10 episodes or something, and I shared it because it was on many websites, and everyone told me it was fake. So I don't know.
We have someone in the chat here. Coast.
Yes.
That's
like Common Sans and Wingdings had a fetal alcoholic baby. That's unfortunate because here is the old school Without Your Head logo. And then this font went on to be used in everything in the world, including in what was the game everyone used to play? Like the Birds game, Deadly Birds, and so I just stopped using it. What was the Birds game everyone played on their phone for a while?
Oh, Angry Birds.
Angry Birds, right?
Yeah. So I sent you the all right. So I looked up the Monsters poster. It is better.
Okay.
But
yeah, so M. Night TNT has officially given a 10-episode order to M. Night Shyamalan's reboot of Tales from the Crypt. So I posted this, and then people are like, that's fake. It's not real. But then if you look it up, it's on therap.com, it's on IMDb, it's on Collider, it's on Yahoo, it's on like all these things. But Horror Society, Oh, but all the Horror Society ones from 2016. So maybe, I guess someone took this old. I see what happened. It is an old thing from 2016, and then it must have that canceled, didn't happen, and then people are reprinting it now like it's happening. That's unfortunate.
I mean, I guess it could be this ongoing, like, sometimes it takes time for something to come about, like the Salem's Lot movie. I've been hearing about that for a damn long time.
Yeah, so well, apparently they've just they shelved it. This is like a thing we've heard about from guests, and like I've seen is like Amazon and these studios, they make stuff and then they just shelve it. And then like
I thought I just saw something from Stephen King about it.
Could possibly never come out. Like, why not just, if you paid the money to make it, why not just put it out?
Joe Blow article 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Good timing, Joe Blow. And this is from Cody, either Hammond, perhaps something else. Over a year has gone by since Warner Brothers removed Salem's Lot from their release schedule. Is it the next Coyote versus Acme? Recently, the buzz around Hollywood is that the WB Discovery is getting ready to take a massive $115 million write-down in content. Coyote versus Acme seems all but certain to be deleted, but apparently that's not the only piece of content the company may be on the verge of scrapping. Indeed, the long-delayed adaptation of Stephen King's Salem's Lot, now I understand that Coyote thing, apparently that's its own thing, has been in limbo for a long time now, and many fans are wondering when or if the axe is going to fall. In September of 2021, writer-director Gary Dauberman went into production on a new adaptation of Stephen King's novel, Salem's Lot, which has previously been brought on screen. We know that it was originally set to reach theaters in, September 9th, 2022. Then Warner Brothers decided to push it back 7 months due to COVID. Then some reshoots in spring of 2022. Then in August of that year, was losing its 2023 release date to Evil Dead Rise. That film is come and gone, and we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of when Salem's Lot remake was initially supposed to hit theaters without any word of it ever coming out. And with it being the product of a studio regime that's infamous for scrapping already completed films, it feels very possible that this Stephen King adaptation may become lost to time. Question next, is the Salem's Lot remake bad? Why is Warner Brothers sitting on Salem's Lot? It's not exactly clear. Sure, they've been busy releasing plenty of other movies in 2023, including Evil Dead Rise, Creed 3, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, The Flash, Barbie, and Meg 2, The Trench. That's a lot of stuff, very diverse. But that still doesn't give it any excuse for why Salem's Lot doesn't have a release date somewhere in their slate. In general, horror has been performing well at the box office, with Saw X earning rave reviews and making more money than the last several films in the franchise. The Exorcist Believer, despite poor reviews, also did fairly well, even when faced with Taylor Swift's box office juggernaut, Eras Tour movie. Five Nights at Freddy's got terrible reviews, but was still a record-breaking smash. What's even more puzzling about the delay is that Dauberman penned The Nun 2 was a box office juggernaut. So why isn't WB releasing Salem's Lot? With no big stars in the cast, it seems like the perfect film to release during a SAG strike. The delay doesn't seem to have been an indication of quality because there have been at least 2 screenings of the movie that have gone over quite well. Apparently, there's a YouTube report of a test screening reaction. The biggest complaint I've seen is that the movie favors jump scares over character development, which I can't say is surprising. Dauberman's Salem's Lot reportedly has a running time of 113 minutes, and it would have been a difficult task to condense King's story into that much time and still include a ton of character work. Plus, if you know Dauberman's previous works, Annabelle movies and The Nun, worked on recent It films, and directed Annabelle Comes Home, you know he loves jump scares. So it was a given that Salem's Lot would be filled with jumps. Stephen King himself has shared his mostly positive opinion on the film, writing on his Twitter account, the Warner Brothers remake of Salem's Lot, currently shelved, is muscular and involving, It has the feel of old Hollywood when a film was given a chance to draw a breath before getting to business. When attention spans were longer, in other words. It feels like a horror movie version of slow burn movies like The Great Escape. It builds very well. There are diversions from the book, but I don't agree with, but on the whole, faithful. Best scene, Danny Glick in the hospital trying to claw down a blood bag. The Glick scene could have been directed by John Carpenter in his prime. Wow.
That's high praise.
And then it goes on to talk about the same.
I will say, though, almost every adaptation of a King novel in the last 15 years he says is like the scariest movie ever made and stuff. So I don't know if him giving anything a good review it means really much of anything one way or the other.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Perhaps, yes.
I remember he gave glowing reviews to the new Pet Sematary, and I thought that was really sad.
I was okay with Pet Sematary. I know many people were not, and that's fine. I thought it was okay.
Bad.
It was a different thing. I just saw someone. Who was it? Let me see again. I remember reading about fetal babies. Farming out from the creepypasta community.
Yes, that's from Coast LPA.
Yes. We were just talking about that with the Frogman.
Yeah, I think that's a good area to get some cool stories from. I love the what was it? I mentioned the show a few weeks ago. Is something Zero, Channel Zero, which was stuff from creepypasta, and I thought that was it had its followers, but I think it was a really underrated series. I thought it was great, and
I thought it was excellent too.
I think
I didn't finish one of the seasons.
To find places to get new stories. We have Vanessa on to right here in the chat saying hello to Neal and Annabelle.
Hello. Mr. Creeps. I gotta find Mr. Creeps. We gotta get a creepypasta list that people can compile for us old people.
Mm-hmm. Mr.
The back
Creeps.
rooms.
I'm not sure
have you ever seen the back rooms? I was typing because I was trying to find that. The back rooms.
The back rooms. I don't know what's Mr. Creeps. Is that a show or is that a creepypasta type platform?
Mr. Creeps. I'm looking up Mr. Creeps. Mr. Creeps.
But it's cool. I mean, it's a place to get interesting ideas, original ideas. Hopefully, I don't know how the creepypasta works. Are people credited for their work on there? Does it go up unanimous?
I think that's part of the creepypasta thing is that it's like urban legends. So I don't think anybody ever gets credited unless you actually find the original author.
Right.
Mr. Creeps narrates creepypastas along with true scary stories. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah. Thank you, Ghost. Yeah. So this March 3rd one says, I work as a cryptid hunter. We must capture the Mothman. So yeah, it's pretty cool. All right.
Mothman. I'm starting to hear a lot about the Mothman. Seems like Mothman's grown in popularity over the years. I remember when the Mothman prophecies came out, I was like, who the hell is that? But now
is that any good? I never saw it.
I remember it not being good, but I've only ever seen it once.
The Mothman is a humanoid creature reportedly seen in the Point Pleasant area from November 15th, 1966 to December 15th, 1967. The first newspaper report was published in the Point Pleasant Register, titled Couples See Man-Sized Bird Creature Something. They titled it that. Man-Sized Bird ... Creature ... something. That's a pretty great title for 1966. I think the Mothman looks cool. It's like this big dark, spooky thing with red eyes. It's amazing. Mothman is from Incher's neck of the woods.
I know. I was trying to find the picture actually of Jittery. Jittery John has a picture with the Mothman.
Where did he get this picture?
He went and saw the statue and took a picture with it.
Oh, there's a statue? Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty famous statue. I'm not seeing it. Did he take the Mothman picture down? What is he thinking?
Jeez.
Of all the photos to take down.
Is it that easy to find that you think you could just pull it up?
He doesn't post very many photos. He's a secretive man.
Mothman sculpture. Mothman statue. It's not even a sculpture. It's a statue. Thing. Look at that thing. That's pretty wild. Oh, man. It's got quite the grimace.
Yeah, I mean, our big statue is Turtle Boy.
Is that Worcester?
It's in Worcester. That's not nearly as cool as well, depending on your point of view, I guess.
Does Mothman have a hairy chest? I'm looking at this. I'll at least, if you can't find that one, then I'm going to send you one close up, because I'm seeing something that looks like a hairy chest, which I don't understand why that would.
Yeah, you wouldn't think a moth would have a hairy chest.
I mean, they're furry. They're like fuzzy. Moths are fuzzy.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Coast, do you know about the hairy-chested Mothman? Coast is in the know.
He knows the deal. I did find the only picture I could find now on Jittery John's page with the Mothman. He must have took down the one where he's standing next to it, but he has a picture of its butt, because apparently it's got a very defined butt.
Of the pictures to keep up, why that? Oh, I can see a picture of its butt on the internet. Are you sharing this with the world?
Yeah, that's up on the internet here. See?
Oh my god, the picture that I've got is like literally from behind. From behind. And I will just close up on it.
Coast, look up Turtle Boy in Worcester. That's our big
claim to fame.
What? Not this last time in Worcester, but a few years ago, we actually went and found it for the first time. I was very excited. Not as excited as Turtle Boy himself.
Dave knows. I think you're right, Dave. That's a fine username. Hairy-chested Mothman. Pop that. I'm sending you things on Facebook, dude. Look at that. Is this weird? What the fuck is it? Is it hair, or is it like spores?
It does look like hair.
Like, kind of. But if you looked at the close-up one I sent you, you would see it's less like hair and more like, I don't. It's weird.
He's like a barbarian. Because it looks like he has some on the back of his neck too.
Is that it? He's got all raggedy wings. I don't know. There he is. What is that? Is he got hair?
He's a manly Mothman.
I don't know about this Mothman.
That's his man part of being a Mothman. The moth, you got the moth stuff going on, but what about the man part? The man part is a hairy chest. See, it's got like a hairy back.
Mothman got back.
He's got a smooth ass. It's a weird thing.
Can someone out there turn the Baby Got Back song to being about Mothman? Where's John Reddy?
He's probably checking out Mothman.
Turtle Boy Whistler?
What?
Is that like a like Turtle Boy Summoner?
I'll find the Turtle Boy. Oh, that's the movie we need to make a cryptid movie about Turtle Boy.
Is that a cryptid though?
We could make it into one.
I mean, maybe if they were attached. What if they were physically attached and it wasn't a boy and a turtle, that there was like a conjoined turtle boy?
Joined at the penis and the butt?
Yes! That would come on now, man. It's total needs to be made into a movie.
I'm just gonna share a screen. This way we can share some different photos. This is Turtle Boy It's a supposedly some like famous guy in Worcester, like when he was a kid, he used to ride on a turtle.
Dude, you got too many pictures there, man.
Hold on a sec.
Blow it up.
Well, it won't let me do that.
Open a new tab?
Yeah, but it doesn't share it. It just shares the whole thing. 1 sec.
Okay.
It's a pain.
Okay.
Here we go. Look at that. And then the turtle's got like his face. He's just like, he doesn't know what's happening. He's like, what?
There's so many ways you could see that turtle's face. Maybe the turtle's having a good time.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with what.
Face.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what turtles, you know, what they look
You're
like
not?
when they're in pure
Come
joy.
On, Neal. I don't believe you. I think you're out there summoning turtles with your turtle whistle.
But the boy himself is definitely has a good time. But there's Turtle. Yeah.
Could be
But the guy who's sculpting that, he had to know what this looks like. There's no way he was doing that like, oh, this is nice.
Maybe he thought it was nice. Can you imagine the unveiling? It's like they bring it in under this tarp thing, and then there's like announcing it to the city about the boy of Worcester, and the crowds all around, and there's cameras, and then they take it off, and everybody's like,
and he's just there snickering. I bet he knew the whole time. He's like, I can't believe I'm getting away with this.
Maybe he hates Worcester.
It's so crazy. Now, and all
we'll never know the true story of Turtle Boy.
They're going all these years. They're tearing down statues. No one's like, let's take this one down.
I mean,
I'm glad though. I'm a big fan of Turtle Boy. I'd like a Turtle Boy shirt. Actually, a small Turtle Boy, and I could put him right here on the back. Troy 3D printer. You got to print out some Turtle Boy statues.
Yeah. He
and
is
then I'll
going
have
to.
Turtle Boy sitting right here.
Oh my god! I have a turtle that is really cute.
Okay, let's make him into a Turtle Boy.
Look at how cute he is. Look at how cute.
I'm gonna recreate some. I'm gonna recreate some Turtle Boy pictures with it.
Don't mess with my little turtle. Look how cute! It's so cute.
He is very cute.
It is. I got it, Matt. The League of New Hampshire Craftsman Fair. This is really out in the middle of fucking nothing.
And that reminds me of the statue of France. It's a statue of a guy who was shot by Napoleon. Women mount the statue for fertility. Wow.
Dang. So I will never have anything to do with that statue because I am not having the babies.
Do you
think Noir? I'm looking it up now. Victor Noir.
Do you think the turtle and the boy had, offspring? That could be the cryptid.
Perhaps.
I gotta make him some
turtles
type
lay
of turtle
eggs.
boy.
So would the cryptids? Would it be multiple? Because turtles lay. It's a sea turtle. Yeah. They lay multiple eggs on the beach. Mm-hmm. Then they have to swim out. They're so cute. And then they have to swim out into the ocean. And a lot of times they get eaten by birds. And they get out in the water and eaten by everything. So maybe there's like little mutants that come up out of the sand.
They would be the turtle boys.
In the ocean.
Yeah,
oh my god, this sculpture. I have to show you the picture that I found because it's very specific. I will share this with you and you will need to share it with the world. Oh my god. Wow.
We're 4 away from 3 away from 5,000 subscribers.
Ooh.
Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe, share it out. All right, so we're going to be getting, what the hell was happening here?
Victor is hanging to the left.
Damn. Why is
That's
it all
not
like
all.
stained?
Oh my God. That's not all, Neil Jones. Let's share more with you.
I didn't know Coast was such a big statue aficionado like myself.
Right? Coast knows. We appreciate you. Did you already share this with the crowd?
I'm getting it. Me and Coast, we're going to start sharing statue photos in our spare time with each other. Like, hey, buddy, you seen this one?
Oh, my God. Look at that. Put us next to it.
I don't know. How do we do that? Do like this?
No, you do it all the time, man.
Not when no, I'd have to share a screen. I'd have to share a screen.
Look at that. Dear God. That's what I'm saying. Hanging to the left. There's like a... Damn. And then the other picture is like... Oh, my God. This guy's probably having more fucking sex than he did when he was alive.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's why he died.
Could be. Could be. Oh, my goodness.
It's not letting me blow it up, but there you go.
It's not.
There we are next to it.
No, there's another one.
I know.
That one.
Man.
My, oh my.
He looks exhausted.
Oh, there's a lot of freaking stuff going on. Oh my God. This dude is getting action.
Coast, did you when you went to France, did you go and visit the statue?
And more importantly, did you try to have sex with it? Oh my God.
Damn.
Y'all out there.
A lot of biomatter.
Chad's watching this and be like, I'm not coming on that show. Never mind. Oh my God.
Wow, this is... Man, if you you could set up like a hidden camera by this, and if you're like some kind of weird perv, and get a lot of video.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Look at that. Dear God. Damn. What do y'all think about this? Come on, audience. Where are you at? What do you think about this?
They're probably busy looking at this.
Right?
Dave's Deadman's, he's going to town right now.
Exactly, Coast.
See, Dave Deadman's get the arm pumping. You know what that means.
That was before we started posting this. He didn't even know what was in store. Yeah, let me get the bigger picture of this face because it's, oh my God. You can tell he's got a mustache. I don't know if you would have seen that before the picture was taken.
Man, our statues just have like pigeon poop on them.
Yeah.
If you want your statue to get action, you got to go to France.
You got to have it laying down.
Yeah, they need a flat Mothman.
People are like kissing it. Oh my goodness.
Damn, better go get
so when we go to France someday, we're gonna take some pictures, taking turns with Victor. Look at that.
Got a big nose.
I think it's probably a small nose, emphasized.
Mm.
See, they've made what a disservice. They've made his nose and chin look extra big.
Yeah, yeah.
No one
looks like he's got. Yeah, makes him look like he's wearing like makeup or something.
Like clown.
Yeah, he's been bloodied or something.
You could see. I don't know if you guys can see, but the mustache, you could see fine details because of where it's rubbed off. Like, you know what? The flat part, the like penis part, you could do that comfortably, like within reason. That, yeah. If the things have to go places, to make all that shiny. There's things are happening to that face. Just saying. Right?
Man's gets no rest. R.I.P. Rest in peace. Rest in, something else maybe.
Coast is right.
Statue has eaten a world of ass.
Dear God.
Not even, possibly against his will.
We don't know.
Sexual assault on the statue.
What if he was gay? Can you imagine? Well, no, I think the whole point of this was he like steal Napoleon's babe.
Oh, who is this anyway?
Shot. Well, it is Victor Noir. No, wait. Yes. Wait. Let me find out more. But wait, there's more. The bizarre fame of Victor Noir. Meet the man many women want to touch. Apparently, they're hopping on his shoes, too, because I see a picture and the tips of his shoes are raw.
Well, maybe it's, maybe there's multiple people and you got to either wait in line. It's like, well, I'll settle for a shoe.
Oh, my God. What if they're all hopping on it at once?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can instead of waiting your turn, it's like, I'll get the nose, I'll get the shoe. I would assume the shoe's got to be like
it's very early in the show, so I'm trying to hold back a little about what I might say about it. I'm trying to be like...
It's like Han Solo frozen in carbonite if they left his junk hanging out.
This guy didn't even have it out. It's just it was sculpted appropriately.
Imagine if he did, what the statue would look like.
Oh my God.
So, Dave Coast, what statue would get you, to be shining it up if you catch my drift? If there could be a statue of a famous, living, dead, fictional character, this is a question for all the audience.
What are you trying to find out, Neal?
Like if they wanted a statue of someone, and they could go and pay tribute.
What's more disturbing, the audience taking pause or asking the audience who they'd like to jump? None of you need to answer that.
Dave Deadman did a nasty Neal statue.
Dave.
Made me a very proud man, Dave Deadman. A single tear is going to come down. I'm like a Loke watching a short at the Oscar parties. And one single tear is going to come down.
The angels from Doctor Who, you mean the ones that get super fucking scary?
The Daleks?
No, it's angels. God, Daleks. As if that's the only villain in Doctor Who. It's a lot of Doctor Who coming up today. It came up with one of my clients earlier. Because I don't know why we were talking about, because this is what you talk about in therapy. We were talking about PBS. And we were talking about shows. And he was like, do you remember Doctor Who? I was like, I love Doctor Who. And earlier today, I'm gonna give me a second. I'll be right. That's the wrong thing. I want to do this.
What the hell? Just going to find some angels. Let's see. I defile that one something rotten. Hot damn. The statue, you have to point at each other so they don't move. Puppy Sloot, you missed some interesting conversation here. Let me show you. Puppy Sloot just got here, so I don't think she knows what's happening.
So, hello, Puppy Sloot. So earlier today, I was moving some things around, trying to get some stuff changed and redoing. And I found this.
Oh, man.
That's is very cool. Really, really old.
My brother made one when we were little kids.
It's like metal. I think. Maybe it's wood. But it's really hard. That's what she said. Ha, ha, ha.
That's what all the people on the statue said.
This, by the way, is not practical for anything like that. So, no. But, actually, Todd Yeager.
Whoa!
I mean, have you ever seen his awards that he's gotten for his reviews and his performance in Saaquya 2?
If he needed it shined up, send it over to Todd. So if people missed, here's the statue.
No offense. Oh, I am a therapist. I'm still in the works. I'm actually taking my test very soon, but yes, I am and will be. Not yet.
How cool,
it's
Annabelle.
Really old. I mean, it's old. That is old. It's from probably, I mean, I don't know when it was built, but I got it in the 90s, like 96.
Damn, that's when all these people, before all these people were born here in the chat.
I know. All the youngsters out there. It was pretty great. I actually also have I'll just go get it. This one's actually out. I have so few toy things, but there are some. I will be back again.
Ko says he has one of those. He has a myriad of issues.
Has a what?
A myriad of issues.
Of tissues?
Issues.
Oh my God, don't break.
Issues.
Don't break. Don't.
Don't break whatever it is you're bringing over.
All right. On my way. Here we are.
3 away. So Chad's going to join us right at the opening hour here.
What's that?
Chad's going to join us here at 8.
Nice. All right. Well, before then.
Oh, there's a Dalek.
And this actually, you can put batteries in and it moves around and like blinks. Look how cool that is. It did have an injury. So that would be here. But this is also very old. I think I got this in Ireland. I'm pretty sure. Oh, man. Something fell. Oh, that didn't break. It just fell out. Is this not awesome?
Mm-hmm. That's very cool.
Who is Coast? Well, I mean, Coast is watching the young ones, right? Yes. But I'll tell you, that voice gets real old when you're trying to sleep. When you hear exterminate about a bajillion times when you're doing a nap. No. R2D2 with a dress. There's nothing. What if it's a kilt? See, now I'm like accepting the Scottishness. It's not a skirt, it's a kilt.
I used to wear a kilt once in a while, but I don't know if I should get a new one. My other ones are too big.
Oh, I remember that. I was very pro kilt. I think I kept badgering you about getting a kilt.
Yeah, I liked it. It was very comfortable.
Did you get a utility kilt?
Yeah.
You should definitely get a new one. Kilts are amazing. Utility kilt. I assume that company is still around being amazing.
Yeah. I know someone mentioned not too long ago something about utility kilts. Utility kilts, or however you say it. Utility
kilt. There's some things going on in the chat that you are not.
I'll get here in a second. But here's me in a kilt. But anyway, Chad's here. So enough of me in a kilt.
Long time ago, dude. Yeah, you need a new one. You probably turn that one into 2.
Right. So here we are. We're still Nasty Neal
and the Annabelle Lecter.
Here at the Station of Decapitation without your head. And now we're joined by Chad Ferrin, director of The Old Ones, which is up here in the corner. It's very good to have you back.
Thanks for having me.
Yes. So for people not aware, can you give them an idea of what H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones is about?
It is sort of a sequel to The Deep Ones, where it just takes some of the characters from that film and plants them. You don't have to see the original film or anything like that, but it takes Russell Marsh, who is basically 120-year-old guy, and he's able to live this long because he had an old one inside of him that kind of controlled everything he did, and he was kind of a prison in his own body. And he got that out of his system, is found washed up on the beach by these father and son, and they kind of take him in, and he's basically like, hey, look, I'm this 120-year-old man, and these monsters are out to kill us, so we got to get the hell out of here. And they think he's insane, and mayhem ensues, and filled with cosmic horror and adventure, and it's kind of, Phantasm 2 meets H.P. Lovecraft,
That's actually interesting you say that, because when I was watching it, I thought this has a lot of Phantasm vibes to me, like the fun, the kind of, even the original Phantasm with some of the little monsters going around. And
sure, no, total inspiration from Don Coscarelli's films. I mean, he's amazing, and all the little things that inspire me as a filmmaker, I always like to pepper them in, and and have fun doing it.
Yeah. That's actually one of my favorite movies. Is Phantasm. Go on, Annabelle. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that, and it's really, this is so fun to watch.
Oh, thank you.
It really is. There's some great interactions between these different characters. When they're at the diner, awesome.
Sure.
The marsh dude is amazing. I mean, it's just great. It's really, really fun watch, and I hope everybody will be able to see it.
Yeah, well, it's
tons of cool monsters. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, Joe Castro really outdid himself with the monsters, and he's always just not only a utmost professional, but he just really has a lot of fun doing it, and that same energy kind of transcends across the film.
Yeah, he's very passionate.
Yeah, his passion comes through. If he doesn't like something, if you're part of his group, you could see that. But if he loves monsters, and his love of monsters always comes in through whatever he's doing.
Oh, for sure.
Did you work with Joe before, or was this the first time you worked with him?
Yes, I worked with Joe on Nightcaller. The first film we did together was Exorcism at 60,000 Feet. So I guess we've done like 5 films now. 5 or 6 films.
That's great.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So did you meet him doing your first movie together, or did you know him beforehand?
I met him, funny enough, I guess a decade or more ago he did a film called Jackhammer Massacre, and Trent Haga brought me to the screening with him, and we met there, and so I met him long ago, and then on Exorcism he was brought on by the producer Robert Ryan, and we got along great, and we've been working ever since. You find good people and you stick with them, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's come up with people I know. And then for some reason, I've noticed on social media, on Facebook lately, people take that as a negative, that people work a lot together. And I found that very strange. And I'm always defending it for those reasons. Like, you find people you want to work with, and also people you trust.
Right. And, they're going to show up, they're going to do a good job, and they're not going to, complain. I mean, I have a kind of a different style of making films than I think is the average thing, just because I've been on numerous sets and hierarchy of political nonsense that for me, I'd like a small crew where everyone has an opinion and a voice, and it's welcome to share it and have fun doing it, and not feel like, oh, I got to be quiet because this person's got a higher position than me, or I like to, everyone's kind of equal when they're on my set, and everyone's treated as good as can be.
I love
and
that.
When you find people who dig that way of just a real pleasure, because they know what they're in for and they have fun doing it, and they're not afraid to be as creative as they can be.
It's amazing, because I think it happens a lot that there are people that they're in control, they're in charge, and sometimes people can feel like they're managed, and some people like that relationship. They want to be told, you do it, just show up and get told. And not that they're not being told, but that you can have those interactions and feel comfortable with each other. Dave Denman.
Yeah, and and making so many of these on this shoestring budget, and in 10 days, and you're doing 10, 12 pages a day. It's kind of one of those things where some people are freaked out by that, like this is so fast and it's so whatever, and you just I like having people who know my method of work and are cool by it, and we just have fun doing it.
You said it's sort of a sequel to the Deep Ones, but it's not like you have to watch the Deep Ones.
No. You don't have to watch it. And, it's one of those things where it takes certain Lovecraft stories and kind of puts them together. And then it takes different creatures and monsters and mythology and kind of mashes them into something that's a little here and now. It's not, you don't have to have anything to do with the first film. And that's kind of what I like about certain characters can come over and be in the same film. Have to be familiar with the previous film to know what's going on.
Yeah, but as someone who did see the Deep Ones, was a big fan, it's fun to see some of the characters come back for the old ones. And,
Chad is breaking up a little bit. I don't know if he knows that. Chad, if you can hear us,
I can hear you.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Yeah. You are breaking up.
There you are.
Yeah, he froze up on us a little bit there.
Okay.
Damn it.
So, how about Robert Miano? I think he'll say his last name, who plays Russell Marsh, who's great in both movies. Now, did you know him previously?
I met Robert through his wife, Sylvia Spross, who I had first worked with on a film called The Door. Great. And she had said, hey, I've got this, my husband, Robert Miano, he's a great actor, and, we should work together someday. And that happened on a film called Parasite that we did back in 2016. It was such a blast to work with him that, we kept it going and going and going. And, he's just not only an amazing actor, but just a great human being.
Yeah, he has a ton of charisma on camera. He really comes through like, you want to follow this guy and see what he's doing.
Right. No, and that's the thing, it's not only the camera likes him, he's got an energy, and, it's one of those things that, you can't lose with having him in your film. He's just great.
We've got people saying you have a great smile, by the way. Dave Deadman, Puppy Salute, and Puppy says you remind her of Gary Oldman.
Oh, wow, that's...
I was thinking that as well.
Yeah.
Puppy Salute. I was like, this person reminds me. Dave is there too, so that's not a bad thing at all. Have you not ever heard that before? There's no way. Broken up. Oh no.
There's
pause. Do you hear us? We do not hear you. You are totally frozen. Completely.
There it is, I believe. He moved
can
a
you
little
hear
bit.
us when it does break up? Where I'm like, hello, Chad. See, now I don't even know what your answer is because it's frozen. What do we
always
do?
just yes. Yes is the answer.
Which one? All of them? Some of them? Oh no.
Did I try to refresh?
Yeah, I maybe. What do you need to do? Try refresh, perhaps.
Yeah, you could try it. We'll be here. Hopefully that will work. Yeah, that's too bad. It was because I'm a big fan of the movie. It's very fun.
Yeah,
I'd love to talk to him about it. He was on a couple of years ago when the Deep Ones came out with Robert. It was a fun interview. It's on.
I have not seen the Deep Ones. I did not realize that it is a sequel. I just was handed the movie, and so just for people to know, I had no idea. It seemed kind of weird to me that like just suddenly this guy appears, but sometimes it happens in stories, and absolutely it can be watched as its own movie. I really didn't think about it.
Yeah, you should check it out. It's a very fun. The Deep Ones. He's in it. Kelly Maroney is in both movies as her role, and it's good. And it's cool though because like they're a little different. And you don't have to, they're not necessarily like part 2 or anything. It's just the same, some of the same people in the same universe.
Dave has a good thing to say. His last comment.
We're a patient group. That's true.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how can you tolerate us?
That's right. I was going to say something similar, I was things about horror. You can use minimal special effects and just let the audience imagination do the heavy lifting. It's true, but there is a ton of effects in the old.
Yeah.
One. Lots of fun monsters.
I'll get a grab here as we're waiting of some of the stuff Joe Castro made, because the man is a genius. Joe Castro, old ones. I remember seeing these pictures before the film came out, and I was like, it's freaking amazing. Let's see. Joe Castro. Monster.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Is that better?
Hopefully it's good at the moment. Yeah.
There's a storm brewing, and
I see.
Oh.
Yeah. So, what is it about Lovecraft stories that grabbed you?
Public domain. I love his stuff is great, and it's one of those things. As a kid, I really didn't dig it as much, and then when we did the deep ones, and it basically kind of started because Gina's like, "Hey, I've got this great beach house you can film in there, so just kind of cook up a script." And the minute she said, beach, ocean, I thought of Lovecraft, and I started rereading his stuff, and I was like, just amazed at how amazing it is. As an adult, it really kind of hooked me. And so I kind of read through all his stuff and figured out, Shadow over Innsmouth kind of fit the best to work into her location and the story, and, wrote it kind of around that story. And then it was one of those things, had such a good time on that film. And again, with Robert Miano, he was great. So the sequel just kind of came to me of just continuing kind of his story and making him the good guy in this one. And, that's the great thing about Lovecraft. You can kind of interpret it anyway. And, numerous people see the film and oh, you didn't do this or you didn't do that. And another person said, oh, this is great, or this is great. It hits so many different viewers in different ways that some people love it, some people hate it. And there's really kind of no middle ground with it. And that's, I think, kind of the way I like to make films. It's either a love or hate relationship. You're not on the fence about it. So
that's better than people just going, whatever. Yeah.
Right. No, they either hate it and despise me, or they, love it and, don't want to kill me.
Dang. Despise you. That's intense.
Oh, there's lots of, so many negative reviews that you come across that it's, I remember when I did Easter Bunny Kill Kill, and it had played on Time Warner. And so it had, a great kind of instant hate for it. Just, on the whole, you had Christians calling up my answering machine and we want to kill you and whatever, because you defiled Jesus's, resurrection, and, all these things that are just, at the time looking back, it's kind of neat, but, some people really get freaked out,
Wow. I don't think I would feel good about that. Yeah. I've had just a couple people be threatening, and it's very off-putting. It's unpleasant.
Yeah. It really hates me as Annabelle.
I grew up in an off-putting childhood, so it kind of just rolls off my back. It's meaningless to me.
So, do you think that influences your wanting to do horror films?
Oh, completely. It's one of those things where I didn't really have parents who were kind of hands-on. It was just kind of throw me in front of the little black and white television and, watching Twilight Zone and Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and that kind of raised me. And it was one of those things of growing up on a farm and in the winter and all this isolation. It was, horror was just something that really just kind of, clicked for me. And, as well as Westerns and sci-fi and, all those kind of things that have kind of an outsider element, which I kind of relate to very well.
Yeah. Very interesting.
When did you start to think this is something I would like to pursue to make movies?
I guess I was probably 17 or 18. It was kind of one of those things where, I was watching 4 or 5 movies a day and, getting dropped off at the theater. My parents would just drop me off at the mall, and I would just sit and, all day long watching movie after movie after movie. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things that, parents would be like, you're never going to, all you do is watch TV and all you do is watch movies. And, that's not a living. You got to go to school. You got to learn this. And it was one of those things where the more they kind of pushed me to stay away from it, the more I kind of went after it. And it was one of those things where I said, hey, why not try to make a living at this? And there was a theater class in this community college I was going to, and I had the opportunity to write, direct, and star in this little play. And it was such a, it was like doing an 8-ball of cocaine right there. You were just so amped up and having so much fun and the creative energy. And then when the audience was clapping, it was just like, I got to do this for a living. So my babysitter when I was really young was a girl named Lori Bell. And she had moved to California long ago, and I forgot all about it. And my mother said, well, hey, her brother, he runs a car dealership. Let me see, because I heard a rumor that she's married to a producer out in Los Angeles, and let's see if I can get you any work. So she called up the brother called up Lori and said, hey, little Chad wants to make movies. Can your husband give him a job? And they said, hey, well, we're in pre-production on The Prophecy. See if you can come out here and we can get him a production job. So I loaded up my car and drove out there, and I've been out here ever since.
The Prophecy. I remember when that came out, me and my friends were like, this is amazing.
No, it's just one of those things where, if there's a will, there's a way. And if you want to make movies, or if you want to, be a model, or, anything that you want to do in this day and age, just try and do it. And, knock on wood, it'll happen.
Do they watch your movies?
Yeah, actually, Mike, I'm still in touch with. He basically does all my schedules. So he'll basically break the script down and basically say, okay. And I'm like, Mike, we've got 10 days to shoot this. Give me another one of your great schedules. And he'll knock one out and send it over. And, I follow it to the letter, and we get these films done on time, under budget, and get them released.
No, the old ones is very effects heavy, lots of monsters and stuff, which I love.
Sure.
When you're going into that, was it overwhelming at all at some point? Did you ever think, let's cut some of this back? Or was there anything like, this is just too much, we can't do all the stuff I want to do?
Yeah, I mean, the original script, it all took place on a boat, and they were out on the ocean, and they pulled the body up out of the water, and they're on this boat, and the monster comes out of the sea, and it's on the boat. Then they're getting on a little life raft, and they're sailing away from the monster, and then another so it was a much bigger thing. And the fact that then we had trouble finding a boat or someone who would let us rent their boat, so I knew this woods location that Jerry Irons, one of the producers, had, and he plays LaGrosse in the film. And I said, well, why don't we just switch it to their camping instead of their sailing, and that'll kind of make it easier. And it definitely did, because when you think back and the boat, the water, nighttime, it would have been a logistic nightmare for a $100,000 film. And shot in 10 days. So
yeah,
but I never think of it as I kind of I usually kind of write in this mindset of how much money I have to spend and how much time I usually have, and it kind of works its way out. So not getting the boat was a blessing in disguise, because I don't really look at the time that, this can't be done. It's like anything can be done if it's just a matter of lowering your number of shots that you get, or instead, if the creature effect didn't work well, then just use sound or whatever it might be and do it off camera. But so I'm always open to taking things as they come and not letting it stop or have my hair pulled out or get angry or yell at people. Just say, well, if that doesn't work, let's figure another way to make it work. And 9 times out of 10, it's usually for the better. Then, I'm not married to anything within a script or within a performance. It's like, if an actor comes to me with a line that's better, I'll use it. If an actor comes to me and has a better idea, then I'm totally willing to listen to it and give it a try.
I'd say no one watching the movie is going to see the beginning and go, this should all be on a boat.
Good.
Now, I asked this as someone who's I've never read any Lovecraft. So the Lovecraft stuff for me that works the best is like Reanimator and From Beyond. And I actually really like your movies, and all that has some humor in it. Does Lovecraft, the original stories, have a lot of humor? Is that, or for and if not, why does it work so well when making films off of the stories?
Yeah, I don't think there was much humor in them, but I think that like any of his stuff, there's something really kind of neat about it, that it can go any way. If someone, I love his stuff, and I in no way want to befoul his memory or make light of his talent or anything like that. I just kind of put his stuff through my mind, and what comes out is something that is, I'm amazed by his talent and his art, and I in no way want to disrespect that, but at the same time want to kind of put what inspires me into it and what I enjoy seeing on film. And the Stuart Gordon films are great, and the comedy in them is great, and those are definitely an inspiration to me as a filmmaker. So I think it all kind of filters through that, and then it becomes, my own thing, hopefully. And if it finds an audience, great. If it doesn't, fuck them,
And where will people be able to see the old ones?
It comes out, I think, on the 19th of this month, and it's going to be streaming everywhere. And then it comes out on Blu-ray in May, I believe, from Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, nice. So I was going to ask if there's specials. If it's from Vinegar Syndrome, I assume it'll be a lot of cool specials.
Yeah, no, it's packed with great stuff and commentary and behind the scenes and deleted scenes and all that great stuff.
I'm a big fan of commentary tracks, so.
Yeah, no, sometimes, they're great. You can learn a lot of amazing things. I mean, I remember back in the day renting laser discs, and, you would get the criterion of, Bad Day at Black Rock, and you'd be listening to John Sturgis's commentary, and it was basically film school in 2 hours. You'd learn so many great things from a good commentator and a great director.
That's interesting. You say, I know some filmmakers who said similar things who didn't go to film school, and a lot of stuff they say, like they learned to make films from listening to commentary tracks and other things, being on a set and things.
Sure.
Like that.
No, I know Paul Thomas Anderson is someone who's said that many times. And, it's one of those things where, film school is great for some people and so it's not for others. For me, it didn't work, and I found my own way. And, being on a set and on other films and learning from watching others is a great way to do it. And if you just love cinema, you're going to, find a will and a way to make it. So, it's just what direction works best for people out there.
When you started out, did you specifically say, I want to make horror movies?
No, I think it, because it was just, I love all movies, but it was one of those things where at the time, if you make a horror film, you don't need a big star. You don't need, a big budget. If you've got something that kind of finds an audience, it'll get out there and it'll get released and be seen, and I sold my, my house in Minnesota to make my first film. And it was one of those things where, Troma picked it up and they put it out and they flew me to Cannes, and I had the time of my life. I fell in love. I mean, I stayed there, an extra month. I mean, there was a whole thing of, for, spending, 30 grand on a film and shooting on film, and then going to Cannes and going to New York and going to, all these different things. And, it was a time and a energy around it that was just, amazing and worth more than any amount of money or a return on the investment. But it's just one of those things where you realize you're doing what you love, and there's other people, whether it's a distributor or an audience or whatever, that's enjoying it as much as you did making it.
Yeah. Another good story about Lloyd Kaufman.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about, because I always find it interesting on the show. People either have very good experiences or very negative experiences. So seems like you had a good experience with Troma.
Well, it was one of those things where, you think all these perceptions of what filmmaking is and all these things. And of course, I was one of those where it's like, okay, I'm going to make this first movie and it's going to be such a masterpiece that Warner Brothers is going to call me up and they're going to give me a big studio gig and I'm doing all this stuff. And it was the same kind of thought around a distributor buys your movie and you're instantly rich and it's being seen, all this stuff, and you're on cloud nine because everyone wants to make your next movie. And none of that happened. And it was one of those things where I was kind of like, oh, they're ripping me off. There's not money coming in. So I was kind of jaded and angry at the time. And then after making other films and getting ripped off by other distributors or finding that the movie didn't make that much money or whatever it would be, and then having a film that was successful versus one that wasn't, and then kind of knowing the ins and outs of these films and the distribution side, I kind of learned it's like, well, you know what, they did what they did and it went through their thing, and it's none of their fault per se. So I kind of just put it all water under the bridge and, didn't got rid of the grudge or the chip on my shoulder and just, kind of live and let live. And, I respect them greatly because they're still doing it and they're still making it. And I don't think, and it goes back to the filmmaker. if I would have had the knowledge that I have now with contracts and all the different things that a distributor does, and know what I shouldn't sign or what I shouldn't do, or to ask for these different things, I would have, had a much better relationship with them at the time. But looking back, it was still a good relationship, and I don't hold a grudge. And, if anything, I kind of hold them in high respect for what they did for me and got me out there.
I said before, kind of with the Troma experience, to me, it depends what they thought they were going to get. Kind of exactly what you just said there. If I think people go in thinking they're going to make a lot of money from Troma, they're probably not going to have a good experience. But I don't know if you know Liam Regan. He's made some movies, and he said that was his film school, was just going and being on set on Troma movies. And so he didn't pay they didn't pay him, but being on set, he actually learned how to make his own movies. So I think it depends what you think you're going to get out of it.
No, and I think if you go in with that attitude, and and the same thing if you sell a film, if everyone said no to it, and then Troma is saying, hey, we want to do it, and we're going to do this, this, and this, and and if you feel good with it and you like them, and they're able to, you can call them up on the phone and ask them questions or ask those things. I think that's worth more than a distributor who's never going to return your calls, or is said they spent $5 million promoting it and it's out on Tubi in a week. So I mean, obviously they didn't do those things, but it's still kind of know the ins and the outs, and if the filmmaker or people feel comfortable with that the company they're dealing with, then just stick with them.
Over the last, who do you distribute your movies through now?
The last few have been gone through Breaking Glass, who I first met back in 2009 when they distributed my film Someone's Knocking at the Door and Easter Bunny Kill Kill, and we've had a good relationship over the years. And then it was one of those things when trying to think when Scalper, when I finished that, I went to them and they made a great offer on it, and then we released that, and then they said, what else do you have? And I said, well, we just finished this, the old ones, if you're interested in checking that out. And they loved it, and they made a great offer, and it was one of those things where it just kind of fell into place. And then they released my other film, Pig Killer. So we've had a nice little thing going right now. So it's kind of it's kind of nice knowing you have a distributor who's not only going to get it out there, but actually cares about what how to release it and how to promote it and how to market it, and they kind of stand behind it, which is nice.
And Scalper's out there now too for people who would like to check it out. That's a much different movie.
Yeah, that's it's a sequel to Nightcaller, and it's a slasher with Jake Busey and Susan Prever and Robert Miano, and kind of the same gang behind the film, but a much more giallo inspired.
Where can we find? I mean, are all of your films basically you could go to like a Tubi or a streaming site or anything like that and find them?
Yeah, no, all the older ones are on Tubi, and the newer ones, like Scalper, Pig Killer, and old ones will be eventually on Tubi, but they'll be on Amazon and Apple TV and all the other streaming things. I don't really stream myself. I'm more of a physical media kind of guy. So, but they're out there. If you just then they'll find them.
So, mutual friend Kelly Maroney was she actually said she would come on tonight.
Oh,
but she said not necessarily in the movie lot, but anyway, she's gonna come on another night, and we'll talk all about her career, which will be very fun. That'll probably be next month. But she did want to just say that she appreciates you and always using her in your movies, and wanted to show her support for you as a filmmaker.
No, she's great, and that's great to hear.
Yeah. So how did the friendship with Kelly Maroney come about?
That was on Exorcism at 60,000 Feet, where Robert Ryan, he was friends with her for a long time, and he said, hey, we should put her in the movie, and what do you think? And I said, sure, let's pop her in there. And she was great. And it was funny because Nightcaller was originally written with her in mind for the lead, and then the script got optioned by another company, and so I kind of just dropped it all, out of mind, and then the company lost their then I found the money to make it, and Kelly wasn't available. So then I met Susan Prever, and she stepped into the role. And, it's just funny how things kind of, one intention, again, was Kelly Maroney. And because of The Exorcism, good time on that with her. And then that fell through. Certain things just get shuffled around. And again, a nice way of keeping your mind open to different possibilities of whatever might come. And that was one of those situations where, a script was specifically written for her, fell on the wayside, and then she wasn't available, and then someone else came in, and being open-minded enough to kind of say, well, let's envision this now with her as Susan instead of Kelly. It kind of just flowed into what it did, and I think kind of gives myself a way to kind of, instead, of being, oh my God, I really wanted Kelly. It had to be Kelly. It had to be Kelly. And then never being able to make it, or never being able to, have it come because you're hooked up on one little thing. And I think that happens to a lot of people in this town, where they'll write a script or they'll make a movie and they think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then, everyone kind of turns it down, but they still in their mind think it's so great. For me, being humble about my work and not really giving a crap about one film to the other, in a sense. And I don't mean to say that I don't care about these films. They mean everything to me. But I'm able to kind of disconnect from them. The old ones is kind of out of my mind completely. I mean, I'm on to two true crime films right now, one on Ed Kemper and the other one, Dorothea Puente, that we're shooting this year. And, so for me, it's just kind of keep going. And, I'll get negative reviews on the old ones, or I'll get great reviews. And it's just like, I just kind of let it, move. I hope it has, is popular and people dig it. But at the same time, I don't let anything hold me back from making another movie or keep going. Whereas, so many people will write a script and they think it's so good. And if someone offers them, $5,000 or whatever it is to make it, instead they go, oh, it's worth so much more. And then they lose that. And then 5 years later, it's sitting in their closet. No one gives a crap, Where for me, if an offer is there and people are excited about it and it's going to get made, then you go with it, instead of, letting little things hold you up or hold you back.
The flexibility has really served you well in life. It just seems like an amazing asset to have, and something a lot of people do not have.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think a lot of people, again, think that they're more talented than they are. Whereas growing up with, again, the messed up childhood kind of gave me this thick skin and this ability to kind of not think of myself as talented in any way, shape, or form, and to have that kind of armor to go into these things and not worry about, and just know that I'm going to get it done, and it's going to find, and as long as I dig it, then I know that somebody out there will as well, and not to be held back by what you think it's supposed to achieve or what you're supposed to be. It's kind of like, I don't mind making $100,000 film in 10 days. Would I like more money? Sure. But I don't pin my hopes and dreams on it. I've kind of found a spot where I'm like, if this is a nice place to be. I don't have people rewriting my scripts or a studio telling me to hire more Black people or more Asians or more whatever. It's like, I make the films I want to make and hire who I want to hire, and whoever's the best gets the job. It's kind of a colorblind, no wokeism, no, it's just kind of pure art, and finding people who feel that same way without being hooked up on anything that's politically charged in this day and age.
Yeah, it's pretty intense out there right now.
No, it's frightening. No, it's like a lot of flack came for Nightcaller because there was like a transgender killer in it. It's just so, to me, it's one of those things when you grow up being called every name in the book and all these things, and you learn to kind of just, it's one person's opinion. I don't care. But so many people get so offended by certain things in films and whatever that they want to destroy it, or they want to take it out, or they want to end your career. And the great thing, I have no career. So go ahead and destroy it. Everything I have, I built up to what it is, and there's really nothing anyone could take from me. I mean, it's there because every inch of it is made by myself and the people I hire, and they kind of stick by me and have fun doing it, and there's nothing in there that's negative toward any one group of persons. So for people to find something just because, you know, a killer happens to be trans or whatever it might be that upsets them, that they go off on a tirade on the internet, then, you know, what can you do?
Yeah. Coast LPA has a great comment over here. So if you heard me like, it was because of this comment.
Who gonna die in the film if you don't put black people in?
Coast
LPA.
Everybody. I mean, I hate everyone. I hate everyone equally. But if it's one of the things where, you know, if the role calls for a black guy or a white guy or whatever, you know, you put in the right person. It's like I'm, you know, making the Ed Kemper film. It takes place in the 70s, and he killed, you know, like 9 white college girls, you know. But in this day and age, the studio would say, hey, you better put a black victim in there. And it's like, well, he didn't kill any black people. So, you know, it's one of those things. At the same time, if I made, you know, the Skid Row Slasher, which was a serial killer in the 70s, which was a black guy, and I cast a white guy, I'd be an idiot. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, I try to be as true, not only to the material, but to, if it's a true crime film, it's true as possible to the actual victims that were killed or the actual killer or these things, and, you know, make it as real as possible instead of, you know, hiring what the, you know, oh, well, this guy's, you know, he's a big YouTuber star, let's hire him and play it. You know, it's find the best people you can and be colorblind in the process, or, you know, it's to me, it's just doing what you love and finding people who love it as much as you, and you'll have a great time doing it. And that's really what it's all about for me.
I'm going to throw it out there because you opened the door so wide. You have a black person in my mind in this movie.
Sure.
Go down this road.
And he's great.
Go down this road.
Great, yeah.
No, it's one of the
there. People are going to watch this and be like me and be like, what? And love the rest of the movie. So
it's one of those things where, you know, Nyarlathotep, the actual character in Lovecraft lore, is, you know, a dark man from whatever, and you can interpret it as Egyptian or whatever it might be, or whatever I interpret it as, you know, a black, you know, destroyer of Earth kind of character. And, you know, we had, and the poem that was in there is one of the reasons that Lovecraft gets such the rap that he does of being racist or whatever it might be. And, you know, it was, for me, it was one of those things that here's a poem that, you know, I find like, wow, you read it and you're like, that's something. And to have Nyarlathotep saying this poem off of, you know, the Russell Marsh character as one of kind of the keys to the gateway to even speak to this, you know, god of the elders and whatnot. It was one of those moments where I'm like, you know, I'm going to go for it. And the original actor we had, he was great and he was 100%. And then at the last minute, he backed out. I don't know if he was afraid of whatever, of being perceived of, you know, saying that on camera or whatever. But, you know, Rico stepped in last minute and he was amazing. You know,
what did he think about everything? Do people out there? I don't want to be.
Hey, I grew up in the south side of Minneapolis, you know, for numerous years where it was nothing but blacks and whatever, and we got along fine. And if we called, you know, they called me whatever, and I called them the N-word or whatever it is, it's just what kids do in school. And it's again goes back to the word thing that, you know, the politics and the whatever of wokeism and all these things today have turned this word into just like you're killing somebody. You know, and it's just a fucking word, man. You know, people can call me whatever the hell they want. I don't give a shit. And then when people go, you don't know, and I do know. I went to, you know, some rough motherfuckers in Minneapolis that you know, it's just the way it is. You know, and I think a lot of people that are upset by this aren't even around black people. They don't even know any black people. You know, I've known tons of them. I've talked to them, and it was one, and like Rico, for example, just an amazing actor and a great guy. And it was never even brought up that, hey, I shouldn't be saying this word. It was just like, he was cool with it.
Oh, because Coast, I'm happy you're here. I'm always happy for Coast, but Coast is bringing this up about that, and I think is speaking to what you're saying about there's there's this like line that people tread of wanting to be respectful and conscientious, and at what point does that become too much? And I don't know if I'm the person to answer that question, but I can see what you're saying, because if you grow up in an environment where this is very normalized and then you're out in the world where it's not, and it's like, well, why isn't this just normalized everywhere? Because it's a lot easier when people are fine with this. Do you think that makes sense?
Well, I think something, you know, I'm trying to think when it actually started going awry. But before, you know, I watched tons of television. I mean, from everything from game shows to whatever. And when you watch like Match Game 79 or whatever, and it's got Nipsey Russell or Scoey Mitchell, these just amazing black guys, I at no point or anything think, hey, that's a great black guy. I just think that's a really cool person who's funny, who's got an amazing energy. And it's the same thing of the Jeffersons or Sanford and Son or any of these shows that I'm watching growing up. I at no point thought at any time that these people are below me or less of me than the color, because of the color of their skin. I just take it these people are as great as any other show, or as, you know, they've got talent, they've got magnetism, they've got everything that you, when you're watching TV and growing up, you're like, this is just a great human being. And you wanted to spend time with them. You'd tune it in, you'd watch it. And I think that's gone from television. I mean, I can't think of any show nowadays that I would run home from school to want to watch that's like, hey, I want to spend time with this person on the other side of the screen. I mean, and it's no time. And I guess all those actors and those people and, you know, Sidney Poitier or any of these people are as great as they were, maybe because of the time frame they grew up in and the people that they saw that were treated like crap because of the color of the skin. It kind of molded them into who they are, much like I've been molded into who I am. I mean, I don't treat anyone disrespectfully or whatever. I wouldn't say anything to someone that intentionally that would try to hurt their feelings in any way. But at the same time, I'm not going to filter myself and let the news or any of these things that are filling people's heads with what's right and what's wrong. You kind of go with your own instinct, and you know, and I think part of the problem is the schools today are just making people just afraid of words, and I think that's a problem. I mean, I go back to my mother always saying, "Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never harm you," and they will never harm me. I mean, I just kind of take it as it is, and then, you know, it's you just got to be honest with yourself and with people you meet. And if they have a good energy and they feel like, you know, there's someone you want to know, then get to know them and don't be, you know, put off by their skin color or the clothes they wear or the car they drive, and just, you know, accept people who on the basis of what they're saying or how they make you feel or any of those things. So, and that's what I do.
We got a couple other comments in the chat that I think are good to toss into the ring.
Well, I'm not offended. I'm too deep in social indifference. Jonathan Jackson. He says, we have word passes on sale. You just have to check the right sources. But they're too good. Schlock Angel Entertainment. Hey guys, huge fan here from Ireland. Anything you can share about the shooting of the ghouls? Seems like it was such a grueling shoot and comes off very gritty. Also, have you got any cool Joe Pilato stories?
Yeah, actually, you know, that was really one of the film that I had a 68.5 Ford Mustang. It was one of those things where I was like 16 years old. I bought this car off of Hemmings Motor News. I fixed it up. It was one of 2,000 made. It was back in the day when you could buy these muscle cars for nothing, and then you put in some sweat and some whatever, and pretty soon your, you know, $2,000 investment is, you know, $50,000. And that's kind of what happened. So I ended up, you know, selling that car to make the ghouls. And it was one of those things, you know, shot in a week, downtown Los Angeles on the street with, you know, no money and a lot of, you know, eating, fast food and going to the bathroom in the alley. And, everyone was game for that. And everyone, had fun doing it to a degree. And Joe was so amazing in the fact that, again, thanks to Trauma, I was doing some of the Trauma's Edge TV, I think it was, and they had in the office, they had all these headshots. And one day I was going through the headshots and I'm like, is this Joe Pilato? And they're like, yeah, he sent in his headshot. I'm like, he's willing to work for Trauma? Oh my God, he's like fucking Day of the Dead.
Yeah, Joe Pilato rules.
He's in a mansion somewhere, but reality of the situation. So I ended up calling Joe one day and he's like, hey, yeah, I'd love to be in your movie. Send me the script. So, I mailed him the script, I guess, which it was at the time. And he loved the role. And then, he came down, shot for a couple days. And it was just one of those things where we, became instant friends, and I put him in. I actually wrote Easter Bunny Kill Kill for him to star in it. And, this is one of those things where, again, I should have probably just rolled the dice and let it go. But anyway, we were doing rehearsals, which I no longer do rehearsals because it's one of those things where you might, probably because of Joe. So we were doing these rehearsals and Joe shows up and he's completely shit-faced. And it's like, Joe, are you okay? Yeah, man. And he's slurring words. And, I had Casey Powell, who was a Down syndrome actor who was going to play opposite him, and his mother, who was reading for basically the heroine. And it was one of those things where they were so put off by Joe showing up drunk that they're like, we quit. We're not going to do this film. So we then cast Lynn Lowry to play the mother, and Joe, she was again put off by Joe's drunkenness because it was one of those things. And I'm like, maybe I should just stop these damn rehearsals now. But, it was, and then, the producer, Trent, was like, I don't think you should use him, man. He's going to show up and, on a 8-day shoot, he's going to be unable to do it. Mm-hmm. So, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I wrote the script for him. He's, it's probably his last leading role. I mean, I was feeling like a real shit, but at the same time, I'm like, damn, get off the sauce, man.
Yeah.
And I begged him, and he's like, I just can't do it. I can't get off it. I got to be on it. And he's like, you can either take me as this or forget it. And I said, I got to forget it. And it was one of those things where it was looking back, after he'd passed away, I'm like, I wish I would have kept him because he was a great guy. So it's one of those things where you kind of go knowing too much about an actor, whether it's their politics or whether it's their drinking problem or drug problem. If they're going to show up and they're going to do the work, then that's all you need to know as a filmmaker. And I wish I would have stuck with that because, he's gone now and it's kind of tough. It's one of those things. And but I look back at the good things, he's great in The Ghouls, and I used him in Parasites, and he was fantastic in that, and drunk as hell and didn't give a crap because it was one of those, and he didn't hold a grudge, which is one of the things that were great because a lot of
I understood that,
some don't.
Yeah.
They're like, it's your problem. Get the balls and give me my role like you promised and do it. And, part of me, I wish I would have, let it sink, let it fall. It's one of those things sometimes, even what might be a disaster could be something great. And if I wouldn't have, because I think a lot of filmmakers do that. They put so much emphasis on getting it right and, and taking it exactly as the script says or following the storyboards. And that's great for some filmmakers. But for me, it was one of those things that I kind of realized, I'm like, I don't need that prep. For me, the thing is to go on there in the set and say, okay, I don't have a shot list. I don't have this. I know we need this, this, and this, and this, and just going and doing it. And some, people are again, going back to the crew, are freaked out by that because they're like, it should be prepared. It should be whatever. But for me, it's taking it as it comes. I mean, you might want to get the whole scene in a master shot or a close up that pulls out to this instead of, this rigmarole of a shot list. For me, it's taking it as it comes and, and I make the days and we get it done. And it's, something that I'm proud of. So, and at that time I didn't have, there was still some, hesitations on the way that should be done. So, rehearsals were one of those things that kind of blew up in my face and unfortunately Joe's face. So.
Joe was a fun interview.
Yeah, as I say, one of our favorite interviews, and I think he might
funny.
have been under the influence on the show. But yeah,
what he was talking about, like visiting me in Boston.
Yeah, it was good. And unfortunately, I mean, a serious note though, I mean, you said you like hire him, and you're like, what, Joe Pilato? You know, why isn't he in all these big movies willing to do my movie? But unfortunately, it's like kind of a look into why he wasn't doing, you know, bigger stuff.
Yeah.
It was really hard to deal with.
No, I look, back, one of my heroes is Ed Wood, and it's one of those things where, it's for me, it's anybody that's making, these movies in 3 days on film with this crew, and then finding, Bela Lugosi or whoever it was, and getting him to be in your film. There's this kinship that I love the idea of having that family, whether it's as dysfunctional as it was or is, and, finding, Joe was kind of part of that family where you knew you could call him and say, hey, Joe, we need you to play this. And he'd come down, he'd show up, and, and your expectations of who he is or what he should be are completely not what reality would have it be, but he still brings it, and he's got a presence, and the camera is, eating him up, and he's just a great soul. And, I miss him, but it reminds me of those, films that I really cherish, whether it's Ed Wood or Al Adamson or these guys that basically are shit on for making crappy movies or whatever it might be. But there's so many great things within them, that you're like, I bet that was a blast to make, and it's still being talked about 50 years later, and it's
Frankenstein still Dracula, William.
Yeah. And to me, that's, the most fun of making these is kind of the history behind them, or how they were made, or they got money from the mob, or whatever it might be. These little dirty stories that, I aspire to.
When you said you love all movies, I do too. I go see like almost everything that comes out. But a lot of movies don't stand the test of time, like horror movies, like a small horror movie. Or like I like to watch old Siskel and Eberts because I grew up with them, and I watch them. And sometimes I'll talk about like some big movie at the time was up for Oscars. And I was like, man, either I don't remember it at all, or like I hadn't heard of it in decades. And it's like it came and maybe it won an Oscar, then it just completely disappeared. No one really cares about it. But some Ed Wood movie, I mean, people talk about forever.
Yeah, no, I think it's amazing, and it's one of those things. He fought in World War II. He was a cross-dresser. I mean, Tim Burton made an amazing film based on him. I mean, it's how many filmmakers could have that done about their life? It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Interesting. I recorded an interview the other day with Alice McKay, who's a trans director, and she brought up Ed Wood, and specifically that cross-dressing, and talked about how like it's always played off for laughs, but like it's actually inspirational to her and other people, because it's seen as different today. And that was a really interesting thing that I never necessarily thought about, because it doesn't affect me in the same way.
Right. But that's the thing. I mean, Ed Wood played it off for laughs. I mean, he did a film, Take It Out and Trade or something like that, where he's playing this woman throughout. And it's just one of those things where, I think it's a whole different thing of and it's hard to put a finger on what it is, because he wasn't a trans person. He just he was a transvestite. Right. He liked to dress in women's clothes, but that's never talked about. I mean, I'm sure that must still exist, that there's dudes that wearing underwear and whatever. And it's a whole separate thing from the trans movement. And, it's something that's again, one of those things. There's so many different things going around society these days that you don't know what is right or wrong, or what to speak about, or how to do it. And that's, I think, one of the problems, that people can't really openly just discuss it without someone else getting hostile about it and saying you hurt their feelings, where it's really, people need to go, we're not trying to hurt your feelings. We're trying to figure it out what it is. And if it does hurt your feelings, then maybe the problem is on you, because you shouldn't be so sensitive. I mean, and that's the only thing I can go by, is my own thing of being brought up. And maybe it's the farm, maybe it's the whatever, maybe it's a crappy parents. I don't know what it is, but I think society needs to step back, and instead of getting so upset about someone's words or actions, they should kind of just say, well, let's hold on a second before we cancel you. Here's your moment to kind of say your piece and say.
Well, I think intent has to come into it. Not just like a word. Is like, are you being an asshole? Like outward, like blah blah blah, or just how you intend, whatever it is you're actually saying.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I was thinking when you mentioned Ed Wood being a cross-dresser, would he? Because there are a lot of options now that there just weren't then. So is it someone who, if he lived today, would be trans? We don't know.
We don't know. It's interesting though.
Yeah. Yeah. So we don't know.
You had mentioned you're making the true crime movies now.
Sure.
And part of the thing I like about horror is there's all different things. It depends what kind of mood I'm in. So I could watch a silly monster movie or something more serious, something really gross and disgusting and disturbing. So, and it seems like you're doing all different kinds of horror movies. Is it because those different things interest you, or like why all the different kinds of horror?
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I've always been a big true crime buff, and it was one of those things when we did Pig Killer, it just kind of everything kind of fell into place where Kate Patel had, access to financing, and this was the story she wanted to tell, being from Canada. And so when I researched the Willie Picton, it kind of just related to, again, he grew up on a farm, he had crappy parents, so things I could relate to. It made the script a breeze to write, and a lot of the stuff, fact stranger than fiction, his stuff was insane, so it was easy to kind of put that in the script and kind of make it work. And it was one of those things, again, with the goes with the Lovecraft angle. There's a built-in audience for true crime, and it's one of those things where you don't need a huge star or any of those things or a huge budget. You can kind of just say, okay, here's a messed up guy, and he did some messed up stuff, and you can kind of just follow it for what he actually did. And the script came across my desk. It was written by Stephen Johnson, who did Ed Gein, Ted Bundy, and all this stuff in the 90s, early 2000s. And I thought the script was good, and I, made him an offer on it, and they sold it, and I rewrote it and got the funding, and we're shooting Ed Kemper in June.
And it's the character that's not been done over and over like some of the.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a tough one to do. I mean, he was like 6'9", had 140 IQ. We're casting it right now, and it's one of those things. If there's any big guys out there, just send me an email because we'd like to look at you.
I'm 5'5", so I'm out.
Well, we'll put you on lips.
How tall did you say you are, Neal?
5'5". That's what it says on my ID. It's 5'4" 3/4 actually. Last time I was at my checkout, but.
Coast, because I know we're coming up at the hour. Are people coming in right on the button?
Yeah, we do have a guest coming on at 9, so we're at 6.
Coast asks about being a writer and director, and would you take on cinematography too?
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I had shot. What was it? I'd shot a film called Devil's Moon for a friend, Dave DeFino, that was a nightmare of an experience. And then I did some of the cinematography on The Ghouls, and it's one of those things where I enjoy it and I love it, but it's for me, it's hard to do both direct and operate camera. It's just kind of I need to focus on, literally on the performance over the camera lens.
Yeah.
But my hat's off to, directors that, Nicholas Roeg is a huge inspiration of mine, an amazing DP and director. And, Freddie Francis, is another one, these guys that, they just, it's amazing to look at. And, that's another thing where a lot of films that even if a film's crappy, if it's beautiful to look at or the music is great, there's certain things I'm able to kind of forgive a lot of things. And, cinematography is definitely one of them.
Puppy Sleuth says, I respect your passion, Chad. Todd Yeager, one of our reviewers. Chad is the kind of guy I'd like to have lunch with.
Hey, if you're buying.
There you go, Todd.
Todd is a hell of a dude.
He is. He's very cool. So, we'd love to have you back sometime when some of the true crime movies come out. And would you ever revisit the Lovecraft world?
Yes. I mean, I just finished my third one, which is Beyond the Wall of Sleep, with Eddie Furlong, Bai Ling, Ginger Lynn, Susan Prever. It was Robert Miano. It was a blast. So I've got a Lovecraft trilogy now with this third one.
Oh, nice.
Is this also like horror comedy-ish thing?
There's some funny stuff in there, but it's crazy. It's basically, Life Force meets John Holmes.
There's a you can put that right on the poster art. Yeah.
The working title is Dicks in Space. I mean, it's kind of one of this.
Love Space Force. That's an underrated, strange vampire movie, which I'm a fan of. But,
yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah, and John Holmes, I have this collection. No, but he's a big man in his own right. So. Where can people follow you? Not back to your home, but on the internet or
hey, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Just type in my name and you'll find me.
All right. And how about your movies? Are they just all on your
yeah, I mean, I'm always posting kind of what's going on with the festivals and then releases and stuff like that on Facebook and Twitter. But if you just Tubi has a lot of the old films and they're free, so check them out.
All right, very good. Well, this is very fun to have you on or back on, and we'll do it again sometime if you like. Yeah,
sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
See ya. Life Force was a near pornographic already. Dave Deadman, this was a great interview. All right, very cool. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Do you want to go to a break real quick?
Yeah, let's do that.
We're gonna tell them. Yeah, Vampire got folks. We'll add them in, and we're just gonna tell them we're gonna go to break.
Oh no,
we'll go to break real quick.
We don't have to go to break. We can not break.
All right,
yeah,
all right. We'll bring them in.
It's fine. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring them in right now. I'm gonna get rid of them.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, first of all, I want to see Dicks in Space.
Dicks in Space. Yeah, that is the follow-up to Vampire.
There are Dicks in Vampire. So.
Oh really? I assume not space though.
No, not in this one. Maybe the sequel.
The fourth is when you got to blast Vampire into space. That's the rule, I think. That's when Leprechaun goes to space, when Hellraiser goes to space. But we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So I'm still Nasty Neal.
I am Annabelle Lecter.
All right. This is the station of decapitation without your head. And we're joined by the fine folks of Bampire. We have Zoe Wassman and Malachite Saaquya.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm proud of myself. A pat on the back here. And, so, first of all, Bampire is an amazing name. And instead of me explaining what it is, can you guys explain what Bampire is?
Mm-hmm. So you got Bambi and you got Vampire. And then just like that.
So it's our version of a shapeshifter. It's like the ultimate shapeshifter in our mind. So it combines the lore of a vampire, takes a few pieces from maybe like werewolf lore, that kind of a thing, to create kind of an all new cryptid, which is an antlered, fanged, humanoid creature that has not too many different forms to it, but definitely a lot to explore in the course of one movie.
Very interesting. So Bampire, the name sounds like it would be a funny movie, but you're also talking about it like this is this cryptid sounds really cool, and I could see it actually kind of being on the edge of somewhat serious.
So we set out to just write a kick-ass horror film that horror fans will love, that movie fans will love. It's just got a really youthful, kind of just like fun, like script to it with a lot of really playful dialogue. That's just it's like a ensemble piece, so a lot of characters interacting all out in the woods, in just really, I think, a really grounded way, actually. So when we say it's like Bambi plus Vampire, I know we're not the only Bambi horror film coming out this year, and the thing about ours that really is different is it's actually way more grounded than you would think. Like, it's coming from a place where we love acting. Probably we love writing, we love like the lore and the world that a movie exists within. I think those are three of our favorite things about movies and horror movies. So it's not just like a quick little cash grab, simply referencing sort of thing. It's very much a story about man versus nature. Yeah. And now our cryptid, our vampire, is made when a pregnant deer gets unrightfully shot by some hunters.
Interesting.
I'm also glad you said it's not like a cash grab, because I actually like the idea of people making these fairy tale horror movies I'm not against the idea. I like it, but not all of them have. That doesn't mean they're all good, because I've seen some that are, and I won't name names, but they're like they're just the name, and then the movie's like just a very typical horror movie with something thrown in for no real reason. So I like to, you guys seem passionate about this. It's not like, hey, let's grab Bambi and do something like that.
No, we actually we pulled a lot of inspiration from Felix Salten's original novel, A Life in the Woods. And that book, as with a lot of these like Disney stories, is actually quite dark, as you might imagine. And so we really took that man versus nature, but also it's not quite a man versus nature story, in the sense that it's really about that dissonance between man and nature, and how that can become dangerous to man when you've been separated from nature, as we kind of find ourselves in our current environment. So it's kind of like what happens when you've been, raised or grown up with that separation from nature, but then you re-enter. And what happens? Does that conflict create violence? Does it create comedy? Does it create, we're exploring what that looks like on a deeper level, like kind of what the original author intended with his novel. Not really pitting animals and man against each other, but trying to make a comment on how we all exist as a part of a very violent landscape that is nature. And isn't that just rife with material for a horror movie?
I bring that up though all the time about the original stories are all way darker than people realize. Pinocchio and all these things, Little Mermaid, all this stuff.
Little Mermaid that'll give you nightmares, man.
Exactly. So when I mentioned this movie a few weeks ago to Annabelle live on the show, she actually knew about like these real deer that have like fangs, and we were posting pictures of them. So. Was this something you guys were aware of beforehand, or did you find them when you already wrote Bampire?
I think I had seen a picture of a musk deer. Those are the ones that live in Siberia, or there's like a Chinese water deer too that is way cuter, but the same thing. And I had seen basically some photos of this, and I came to Zoe and thought she's a really prolific writer and like the biggest writer I know. So I was like, hey, I know it sounds kind of campy, but what if these things were actually vampires that were shapeshifted? And what if we wrote a script called Deerpire at the time? And that was the birth of the script.
Yeah, absolutely. We come from a place where, in the Pacific Northwest in Eugene, there are deer everywhere. And we had an experience together where we were driving and a deer jumped in front of the car. And it was a moment where you're looking at it and it's looking at you and you don't know who's going to move. You're probably going to be the one who moves. And it became this feeling of like, well, what if this very traditional prey animal was actually repainted as a predator? And, what if they were jumping in front of our cars, not just out of bad circumstance, but potentially to lure us into their grasp and drink our blood? And so deer in the headlights became almost like our reworked idea. What is that like when it's not, when you're the one in the metaphorical headlights?
I love this. This is fantastic. The more I hear, the more I'm pumped up to see this. I'm very excited.
Thanks, guys. It means the world to us. It's been such a homegrown, small time project, but now we're really just trying to get the word out there. And anyone who connects with this crazy idea, they're the real ones. So
I should mention, really, if people would like to help make this a reality, go to vampiremovie.com and I'll throw up the link here. Awesome. And I'm glad that you made your own URL, which everyone out there should do when you have a Kickstarter or any kind of crowdfunder thing, because otherwise it's a big, long URL that no one's going to remember. But if you...
Yes, shout out Taylor Morden. He's been such a great mentor and teammate throughout all of this. He's the director of our film, and he has experience doing Indiegogo and making documentaries and all that sort of stuff. So, he's the one who knew to do that. So shout out T-Dog.
I love your hat, by the way. I have had envy. I'm a big fan of
I was immediately drawn to the shirts behind the blood-covered shirt.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Real Big Fish actually donated the use of their promotional materials like, t-shirts, anything that we could use in the movie beyond their music, because they own the rights to all of their physical merch. Whereas, you got to go through a lot of hoops to use music. So they have been actually amazing partners on this project with us. And our lead character wears this shirt throughout most of the movie. And yeah, another connection that we made through Taylor, who ultimately did a wonderful documentary about ska music in the 90s, which was like a pretty awesome amount of research since we're doing a 90s era piece. He really came in with this feeling for the time that it's, just couldn't have been replaced. It was just really invaluable to our team that he was able to really have just a genuine love for it, not just knowledge, but real stake in it.
I was wondering, like, Real Big Fish, that would be considered, I think, obscure.
Right, so, but not always so. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, so, we're very fortunate to have gotten to work.
So did you guys were you guys friends with Taylor beforehand, or how did he come about to be director for the film?
So he moved to Eugene, Oregon, maybe 3 years ago, total guess. But when he came here, there was a local independent film community that had been making a lot of shorts, and a lot of like first-time filmmakers, first-time directors, first-time writers, just all coming together to make each other's pieces. And he came in and was sort of like a big ripple in that, like, everyone was like, whoa, this guy who has actually got a Netflix documentary is in town now. And Taylor's the type of guy who is just like boots on the ground, wanting to help everybody, wanting just to get in and see what the scene is like and meet people. And so right away, he ended up meeting with Zoe, and I ended up meeting him a few months later because he paid me to do this fun little horror board game commercial. Shout out Mixtape Massacre. It was fun.
We're both actually big board game fans, so that sounds
cool. Check them out.
Like mixtapes. Coast is in the side. We've got a person in the audience, Coast, who lives at Commons Doctor for 2 years. What's Commons DR?
Oh, Drive?
It must be. It is asking about Lane Country Filmmakers Community.
Yeah, Lane County. Yeah, that's literally us.
Yeah. We've been rolling with them for. I've been doing it for like 7 years with those guys.
Yeah, and I joined the community a little bit later on, but ultimately I wasn't. I was actually raised and grew up largely in Alaska. So, moving to Oregon, I got to really just have my horizons expanded. And actually meet this like whole gang of artists that had really been already working together for several years by the time that I joined their community. But, as I think that a lot of artists can relate with this when I say like to be open, welcomed with open arms by a group of people who are looking to be supportive of your artwork is just such a rare feeling. And that's something that has really impacted my life and my journey, just to know that like there are folks out there who are willing to collaborate, who are willing to donate their time. And in our case, actually, a lot of our crew donated their time to our project. And we just really couldn't have done it without them, without this group of filmmakers that have been just looking for that next big opportunity. And when it came, they just stepped up 112%. Like they acted like consummate professionals, and really just in a bigger way than we ever could have asked for, took this project on just like at a personal level, just really regarded its success as something that would benefit everybody. And, I just, the highest compliments to our filmmaking community here for that, because it takes a lot to put so much of yourself into something that isn't necessarily like yours, for whatever that means. But I like to say this piece of artwork belongs to all of us now, because without every single member of our very small casting crew, it just literally wouldn't have been possible. Like anyone not showing up would have been an absolutely massive wrench in the plan. So the fact that they donated that much time, that much personal resource, it's above and beyond. It's something I never could have asked for.
I think that's great. And I think a lot of people think like you have to live in LA or maybe New York to like, find like a movie community. And a couple weeks ago, Annabelle and I went to Dead of Winter Film Festival, which was it's all New England. and everyone was super supportive, and it had the community feel. So I think the idea is like, you probably have some kind of film community if you look wherever you are, somewhere.
Yeah.
You might have to go to a bigger city near you, but somewhere out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not Alaska.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
I was pretty rural, so
Yeah. Did that influence, because you're coming in this and you have the respect for nature and talking about human beings and nature and how do these things fit and how do they coexist? Just being Alaska, there's nature, right? You're there.
Oh yeah.
So how much did that influence you and your take towards filmmaking and this movie?
Yeah, like I think one of the primary things that people probably already even know without having to go there is that Alaska is harsh. It's harsh conditions, so even when you go out just on like a simple hike, people are just filling you with warnings, giving you snacks, giving you a radio. Like it is to a pretty high degree, you just have to be really conscious because it's an intense landscape filled with predators. So, I have to say that probably did provide a little inspiration for Bampire. But really, like one thing that I got to witness living in that community was just the impact that kind of harsh nature has on the human spirit. Living in 20 plus hours of darkness for half the year is pretty intense. And you just really see like how we might feel so disconnected, but aren't we impacted in so many of the same ways as everything else around us? And isn't it, like I said earlier, a bit of a dissonance or a bit of a separation that we're creating from ourselves that might ultimately be negative, in the future? And for our own just like experiences right now, it seems like the better way would just be to accept that we actually are a part of this whole, landscape and to treat it with the same respect that we would wish that we were treated with. So yeah, like I definitely think that's a huge part of it, and probably the harshness and the way that it impacts humans gave rise to the horror elements.
Yes,
for sure.
So absolutely. You refer to Roger Rabbit, a couple times in like on the website.
Yes.
So is like Bampire like animated? Like what is the connection to Roger Rabbit?
It is got some animated characters superimposed over live action sequences. So one example is there's like a mouse that is just on the ground and digs itself into a hole, like kind of as an insert. But there's a bunch of bigger moments where like some of our main characters get turned into a cartoon for a certain chunk of the film. Some of like the things that we couldn't let go of, but also couldn't achieve on our indie level, we have found a way to achieve them by making them animated sequences. And it has become this really cool creative solution for us where like seeing it all start to come together, I think it's going to actually add this very unique tone and also just kind of like add more than it could have even if we had a full budget and we decided to throw my character off of a cliff literally and smash like a whole sized body at the bottom of a cliff or whatever, in a practical effect sense. Even if we had done that, I kind of personally am more excited to see that moment in animation. And then it can be really cool because a horror movie that brings you into this animated world and everything, so many things have happened now in this short animated sequence, and then all of a sudden it's real life, and the actress who you've seen go through that partly animated, now it's her real face, and we've made her up to look like she's actually gone through it, and it kind of snaps you back into just seeing that live action human emotion and fear and all of that in a way that is just that I'm really proud of and really excited about. So that's why we bring up the Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I like that because it kind of brings you out of, if you watch violence in a movie, it's like I don't want to say cartoon violence, but then you go into the reality of it.
Absolutely.
And it's one of those moments where like if you're laughing one moment and then they hit you with a sad part, you cry even harder because you have been maybe not expecting that switch up to that intense emotionality. And I kind of feel like it adds to that with some of these animated sequences.
That's really interesting. Yeah.
And Josh Stifter does the hand-drawn
yes.
animation.
Josh Stifter from the Kevin Smith movie Tusk is doing our animation, and we are so So thankful.
So the animation itself is going to be wacky, wild, and horrific. And then for all of you guys who love the practical horror and gore, just know that there is a ton of that too. The only difference is that when you are working with these large scale stunts, it's actually very difficult to get a fake body to explode so wildly over the rocks. But in cartoon, no piece remains intact. So we're just trying to bring you guys like the height of what we really wanted to achieve, and as close to that original vision as possible. It's just going to be a little bit more wild than we thought going into it.
Annabelle, if you don't know, Josh did the animation in the Once and Future Smash. The
yes.
Where can we find that?
Well, so we just finished our festival run, and it should the crowdfunder's up. It met its goal, but you might be able to still do it if you want to. But
Awesome.
the Blu-ray, the physical release should be coming out in May.
Amazing.
Wow, that's really exciting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm also excited that Bampire's claymation, because I'm a big claymation fan.
Yeah, the claymation was a fun little additive by a man named Webster Colcord, and he's actually done work in Planet Terror and the Planet of the Apes and Deadpool, like some of these just like really big names that a lot of people would recognize. We're lucky enough to be working with him to do a shadow transformation in claymation. So it isn't a large part of our film that's claymation, but we do utilize a couple different forms of multimedia for sure.
With Vampire being a creature feature with transformations in it, we wanted to find our best possible avenues of paying homage to all the great transformation sequences that have existed in films we love. So we reached out in every direction possible to try and find options of like, how can we do this transformation in this part of our script? I mean, we emailed Rick Baker. We went everywhere we could, and I love what we came up with. And so the claymation is one of those odes to like a version of a shadow on the wall. It's really cool. We've got it. It's already done. Actually, it's one of the few things that's fully finished.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just want to know what are some of your favorite transformations from horror films?
I mean, American Werewolf in London is the
right. Correct answer.
That's the one.
That was our dream, to try and make something like that come to life. And obviously, you don't do that one with claymation shadows, but
it was like a real inspiration that they tried to hide nothing. And I think that's a big part of what I took away from that example was like, I don't necessarily think that we can afford, motorized limbs that extend and contract and, bulge in all the right places. But I feel like what we have been able to do is, our own version of that with that same energy of like, let's not hide what we're trying to do here. Like, let's not pretend like we can afford these things that are so beyond what we're actually able to do. And let's do our version of a transformation sequence in a fully lit room in a wide shot. How can we take the spirit that Rick Baker had and bring it into Bampire? And the way we had to do a lot of that was with, cartoons, but ultimately we worked with an amazing practical effects artist from Portland who's named Trista Kelly. And she did all kinds of amazing partial transformations that are going to lead us into these animated sequences. So there's a good amount of both, and oftentimes those two actually really hold hands when we do the practical and the animation.
This sounds so, it did come out of financial situations, but I think this is going to be such a clever, unique thing that maybe we haven't really seen. Just haven't really seen.
It's really ambitious, really adaptive together. And then I feel like, if I could say, it's really youthful too. I think it will be something original, and something that hits like a very strong vibe that relates to the 90s and relates to a lot of classic horror films, but it's like a modern love letter to them.
Yeah, I brought this up a few times on the show before, but when we had Tom Savini on, he said that the most fun he had making movies was when they didn't have a lot of money and they didn't know how to do stuff, and they had to use problem solving to be creative. and similar idea. I mean, he wasn't doing stop motion, but I like that stop motion animation, all different things going in here.
Yeah, send him our way. We'll take him. We'll have a great time.
Yeah, we'll take him. Please. We'll roll out the best red carpet. Okay.
No, but yeah. So with this crazy kind of like dreamer, ambitious, not quite sure how we're gonna achieve these goals mindset, we reached out to a bunch of celebrities for Bampire, and Taylor helped us do that with a lot of his connections and his respect, and we were able to get some pretty ridiculous people involved with Bampire who were like, in some cases, exactly who we had dreamed up, but thought we'd never have a chance to work with. So just to run down that, we got Diane Franklin from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, the princess.
Oh. Princess
also is having a really awesome run as a horror actor in her current career. Kicking butt. So amazingly lucky to have her at this time where like her career and our careers are both at horror. And she's just a wonderful person. Then we got Greg Sestero from The Freaking Room. We have Mark. We got Mark. That was the one that we were like, oh, we're definitely not going to get Mark. But what if?
But what if? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was so incredible to work with. And on top of both of these, we have Lloyd Kaufman in our film.
Nice.
And we have a Toxic Avenger poster in our film.
He got toxic.
Yeah. It was so cool because we had this film studies classroom to create at like a community college. We had a set to figure out, and we realized we need a bunch of movie posters because it's a film studies class. And we were like, okay, that means we have to use movie posters from like before 1940 or 50, whatever. Like, how are we going to do this? Or are we going to make fake ones? And we reached out to Lloyd and to Trauma, and they hooked us up. So
that's great. And it's weird because you said about being youthful, and age wise, nothing against Lloyd, he's not youthful, but he has that youthful feel about him where he's a creative guy. He always has a lot of energy, and he's always really, in my opinion, he always is there to help. He'll be in cameos. He likes to help out with young filmmakers.
Oh yeah, and that energy is just so like infectious and easy to fall in love with, and like I feel like when you just see a picture of Lloyd Kaufman, you can tell he's that way. Like something shines about his face.
Yeah, they were really, really, all the people that we got to work with were really amazing, and just a good reminder that they're just humans, they're just people, and they're oftentimes just looking to help someone get to where they've been able to get. And, to have that kind of support, it was honestly really humbling. It was really, to a degree, unexpected. Like Malachite and I were prepared to make this movie in our backyard before we brought, Taylor on, and he was just such an amazing, teammate in that way that he just said, dream big, and honestly, it took all of us just really doubling down over and over again on this project to maintain that belief. It wasn't easy sometimes. Like there was a lot of hurdles that we jumped over in pre-production and a lot of waiting for responses. And it's easy to let your spirit fall during those times. But really just like continuing to encourage each other and continuing to think, but what if? What if this is something they would want to do? What if this is the one random thing that does speak to their heart, when maybe 100 others that are almost the same just didn't? And with that kind of energy, eventually, hopefully someone says yes, but in our case, it really turned out that our story it spoke to people, and the people that we were spoke to them as well, which was just fortunate. And I just feel really lucky that we got to meet such wonderful humans, in addition to them being such a huge asset to our film. They also were just like such gracious people to work with, that it gives me a lot of like hope and confidence moving forward, that there are a lot of people in the industry that are looking to help independent filmmakers, or who came from a background of independent filmmaking, like Greg Sestero. He's the king, man. He's been through the ringer. So, he was a great person to just share some stories and be like, hey, I've been there. I've been on a set with 4 people total, and I'm one of the crew and one of the actors. You guys are okay. Just keep going. And having that kind of energy was just invaluable.
Yeah.
And the worst someone's going to say is no. So, and if you don't ask them, it's a no already. So what do you have to lose?
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to talk yourself into the mindset of like, who would want to with me or whatever, but it's not always about that. Some people just have their own motivations for wanting to do something or wanting to achieve something or wanting to help someone, and you should give that some respect too, as someone who's asking for something. That, hey, you never know what someone has to give. Maybe it's not really asking for too much, and don't assume that it is.
They say it never hurts to ask, and I think that should be true, but it's so vulnerable to let ourselves ask sometimes. And so it's something we owe to ourselves to have that forgiveness and acceptance of like, I will let myself ask, and I won't let myself be hurt by a no, because it shouldn't be. Like you said, it's already a no if you don't ask, and really at that level you've just broken even, and it's not going to offend people. But I have to remind myself that for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, anytime someone does say no, you can't help but feel, you don't want to take it personal, but I can see how. We have many no's asking people to come on the shows.
We'll come back, man. We'll say yes again.
My favorite is William Shatner. I asked William Shatner to come on the one night, and I immediately got a reply, like in seconds later, and said, William Shatner only does major in all capitals, media outlets. And in my mind, I'm like, I think it was just him replying.
Like, I'm going to bed.
So, you also on the video on the website, you mentioned VHS. So is there going to be stuff shot on VHS, or what's the VHS connection?
Stuff on VHS. Yes, literal on tape VHS through a practical vintage camcorder. So that footage. So one of the characters brings a VHS camping. So that is an in-world camera, but the footage we capture from it, we use in the film creatively. So whenever we want to cut to that, format of the VHS, kind of low quality, different shape frame, sort of like classic VHS footage, we will. And it's another part of the film that just became so dynamic, because it's a 90s era piece where someone has brought a VHS. And so all the characters in this film, VHS and personal recording devices, are like really new to them. They're not really used to being someone pulls their phone out, hey, take a photo, hey, take a video. Like, our characters aren't really used to that. So the one guy who brought his camera throws up his camera, and each of these characters is going to react kind of different and in a really like nostalgic way that we don't get to see anymore. So that's just one element of how we kind of used it to show and showcase the script and what we could bring out of it, but also like in the cave, there's a cave moment
we're in the cave
with the claymation, and it's like the perspective you get of viewing from wherever that camera fell on the ground and is now kind of tilted, while it's kind of that like hopeless small, and you're not like seeing the things happen up close where you're having to experience them, but it's a different feeling, almost like being a kid who's like lost their parent, right? You're just so stuck, so little, looking up at something you don't want to see happening.
Wow.
And I like that you actually filmed it on some of that stuff on VHS, as opposed to like putting like a filter on something, like, like, especially if it's like you don't do anything else with it, you just hit the button and it's very obvious that it's
totally. That was Taylor as a DP. Also, he's one of our DPs as well, and he was very adamant about that. He's like, he knows.
He grew up shooting on one of these, so really it's like that's his element. Like that's what he learned on, large in part. So we felt really like, we'd written the camera into the original story, but then to have the director be someone who can operate it so beautifully and have just such a depth of knowledge about this like rudimentary piece of equipment. It's just more, again, like I feel like I've said this like 3 times, but it's more than we could ask for. So we just felt really grateful. And honestly, it really shows in the footage that he's got like a love for it. Like there's some behind the scenes that is just amazing. And I'm like, can't we put this in the movie? I know I'm not in the movie, but
the extras.
Yeah. And actually, I am in the movie. I'm an extra.
Oh, okay.
We had to pull all bodies. So a lot of our crew literally would be like setting up the light. Okay, do the hair. Get in the classroom.
Dave says, makes me happy to see this kind of passion for original horror ideas with young filmmakers, and kudos for the classics.
Then he followed it up with another comment.
Yes, he does. Keeps my cynical ass mildly full of hope.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, some other transformations like The Thing or like Hellraiser, like that wax stuff.
Two great ones, yeah.
Yeah, Zoe's been making me watch horror films ever since we've been friends, so I've seen a lot of good ones by now.
She has good taste.
Right? Those are some of the top movies, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hellraiser is amazing.
We are very passionate about making films and about the craft and the art form, and about trying to make it as authentic and just impactful as possible. Like with the horror genre, there is something so special about it and so exciting and interesting about it that almost, I think, for a period of time was making it so that anyone could make a profitable, any like studio could just make a profitable horror film, and there doesn't have to be a lot of meat to it, and it becomes maybe a little exploitive for a moment where something that everyone loves has been discovered and now just everybody is doing it just to make money. But coming out of that era, I think independent filmmakers are our answer for how to come out of that business-driven decision-making of a larger film studio. And we, as artists, feel so passionate about being able to take everything good about all of the classics and everything good about modern filmmaking and just create something new out of that.
Like, my generation watched the most movies. That's our claim to fame. Like, that's what we're known for. And I think that's just incredible, really, because you've got a whole group of artists, that have now grown up consuming like not only the media that came before, but also more media than ever before. And we just don't know what's going to come out of that. Maybe Bampire is a great example of, the innovation that could be on its way into our, into the main line. But for us, like, we're doing it because we wanted to see this movie, like that's for us. We chose this film not because it was a sane thing to do. It was not a sane thing to do. Nobody should try to make this movie on this low of a budget. It's a crazy, but it was the movie that we wanted to see. And we would have made it with our friends in our backyard if that's what the universe had, deigned appropriate for Bampire. But in reality, we're not out there necessarily to make a bunch of cash. That'd be nice. Love to make some cash. But we really would have been doing this no matter what. And, just to touch on independent film for a moment, we're doing this because we believe in independent film as an outlet. For artists. There's obviously benefits to working with a major studio. You really can't ignore them. And obviously there are unions. There was a ton of talk about unions over the last year, but unions don't accept all artists. And we even have artists on our project who are just absolutely incredible, and they were not able to enter a union. And even if you are in a union, it does not mean that you're going to get to work with a major studio. The amount of people who do, it's an extremely limited number compared to how many artists there really are out there. So for us, we're going to be out there making another movie, no matter how much Bampire makes, because we really believe in this form of media. We believe there needs to be a way into the industry for filmmakers who aren't in a union, who can't work with a major studio, and who want to create uncensored artwork that is not about a profit margin. And it's not a business decision dictating every single thing that happens on that set. It's the spirit of the piece. And honestly, it's been our motto, no sacrifices. What Bampire needs is what Bampire gets. And that's not just our motto. That's literally the other 25 people on set too. No sacrifices. Even if you're not getting a lighting credit, you adjust the lighting, you move the light, you know, and we'll give you a lighting credit, but it's all of our responsibility to make sure that this movie turns out the best that it could possibly be. So that's just like the beauty of independent filmmaking, really.
I think it's probably true about almost everyone on our crew and definitely like everyone involved in our film, that we've all just been striving and starving, you know, for the chance to make a career, but really make a life out of getting to do film, you know, with our time. And so it's been like a long time with no actual benefits yet, but that dream of being able to make art that people appreciate and having that become what we get to do with our lives. I think that dream exists in all 30 of the people involved with Bampire, and it has been a huge push from our community, something that like we've built up to for a long time. And I guess I just want to like say that it's right now Bampire has become something that is so rich and it's so full of things that we didn't even expect it to have. But it's also this brand new thing that almost no one knows about and that a lot of people might not believe in yet. It's something that probably most of the people who have seen it because our, you know, viral marketing strategy of, hey, we're Bambi and we're horror. And that is starting to catch on. A lot of eyes are, but that doesn't mean they know what we're about. And that doesn't mean that
that gets like people in the door. That gets you in the door. But
yes. So give us a look and maybe just give us $1, because if you can see what Bampire actually is, I know it's going to be worth everyone's time. And that I just want to say that because we're caught in between this place of like, do we feel like a huge success, or are we still? Well, we definitely still are going to be baristas on Monday. So I don't. what is this going to become, and how do I fight for it? Because it has become something that was enjoyable and positive for everyone involved, and I just want to fight so hard to make sure we get the chance to do it again. And fight so hard to make sure that the work all those people put in is seen.
Yeah. You mentioned being baristas. How did the two of you meet? I'm curious.
So funnily enough, we actually met in a theater acting class. So, you know, artists, definitely. But yeah, we ultimately reconnected via film. So he asked me to come audition in a piece that he was auditioning in. And we just started talking and relating, you know, about our struggles as young independent artists in Eugene. And actually, I showed Malachite one of my first theater plays that I had written. And he was like, bro, this has got to be a movie. What are you doing? And I was like, you know, I think you're onto something. And I took that and I was like, shit, I'm going to rewrite it, you know? Nice. But that was like a feature that I had worked on, or, you know, at that time, a play that I'd worked on for like 6 months. And suddenly my whole world was turned upside down. And honestly, I think probably I would have found that path no matter what. Path Films, you know, that's what I really believe that's why I named my production company that, is because I really believe that artists who are on the path will find each other. But he was a huge part of leading me to this as an outlet for my writing. And quite honestly, that play was terrible. Like, it's a way better movie, man. So we met just doing our thing locally, but we've really like grown our relationship into being really good business partners. And we've really enjoyed working together, you know, for the past 5 years now or so. And this is just one of those like love children of us, you know, enjoying the Pacific Northwest and enjoying being artists in our community, and like wanting to find some kind of concept that unites those two into something that like other people in Oregon and other people in Eugene would be able to relate with and want to have a part in making. So yeah, Bampire was definitely a uniting force for our film community, but even for us, you know, it's been like a real creative project that we couldn't have done without Emily and Taylor Morden. They're like such amazing teammates, but they were the perfect complement to our little duo here.
You guys just have good energy together, right? It's like you're a good complement. From what I can see, you seem like a great complement.
Thank you.
And it's important, I think. Like Neal and I are friends, and I would not be doing this, honestly, if it wasn't for Neal. And it's so important to have that person that's like there, and you believe in them and they believe in you, and you combine forces, and it's so helpful to feel like you can be free to do the things that you really want to do.
I feel really strongly that like belief is a commodity, and it's sometimes it's the first thing you need to start anything, but it's hard to believe in yourself, and it's also hard to find other people who believe in you. And I think that anytime we can do either of those things is brave, and it allows for growth, and it allows for people to, you know, overachieve. It allows for all the best things to happen when we believe in ourselves, and also when we're brave enough to put that belief into other people. And so when I meet someone and I read their writing and I can tell it's good, I'm a critical fucker. Like I won't think it's good up here unless it's probably really good. And so it's really what I owe the world to at least say, I like that. What you did was good. This is my true opinion. And I'm willing to put my opinion out there, be a little vulnerable, just to have to share that belief, because it's infectious. It's one of those things that has the potential to actually cause all the change in the whole world. Like belief is always step one. And I get depressed though about how often there's just not anyone around to say it's okay, like keep trying. That I think that's the real difference between someday succeeding and eventually giving up, is just the acceptance and keep trying. And so we gotta all give each other that, and give Bampire $1. Sorry.
I'm hoping there's a lot of people convinced, because you bring this like such passion to this like very crazy sounding project. And I mean, it's just amazing. So all of you out there, scrape up your pennies, or I don't even know if people have pennies anymore. But
your virtual pennies. Your Venmo pennies. And if not, for whatever reason, you can also share it. That's gonna help. You know.
Oh my gosh!
Witness us. You know, that's all. That's all we need.
Coasted at Earth, Coast in the chat earlier, he asked, is the movie completely finished, like filming?
Oh, so we are like 95% done with principal photography. So for everyone who doesn't know what that means, we have filmed like all the movie. But there is so much work that goes into actually stitching it together. Like pre-production is anything that you do before you actually film the movie, and production is actually filming the movie. And that's about 50% of the work total. Post-production, editing, grading the color, doing the sound mix, getting music, and especially in our case with the animation, all of that takes a lot of dollar signs and a lot of time. And so what we've done with Bampire is we've personally self-funded, and we've put as much as we can into it. You know, we've put all the gas in the tank that we had, and we drove the car as far as we could. Now we're on the side of the road with a sign that says, go find us on Indiegogo, because we're out of gas, you know, and ultimately we need some help getting it to the finish line. All of the money is going to be put toward finishing this thing and getting it out to you guys as soon as possible. So that's really what we're needing the funds for, is if we're going to have to do it without the support of the larger audience, it's going to take a lot longer. And that's just reality, because we're out of money. We don't have any money. So ideally, we can get a little bit of help, because we have a product that is worth it. We're not, you know, asking you to fix our junker. You know, we're asking just for a little gas in the tank. We really just need a little help to get it to where it deserves to be. And without that help, it's just going to we're going to be pushing it. So it's going to take a lot longer, you know. But with your guys' help, our goal is to like release this thing to you guys by Halloween of this year. Like that's not an unreasonable ask if we were just to come up with the money. We have all the artists on board to help us. Yeah. We just got to pay them. So it's really like that last inch that we need. And a great part of crowdfunding and doing it so publicly is that you guys as our audience can say, we want this. We're going to watch this, invest more time and energy into this, because don't we all know that money is not the only resource that goes into a project like this? It really just takes a lot of the guesswork out of it for the independent artists who don't have a budget and who don't have a pathway to just release their films. Like a lot of the major studios do. We don't have that guaranteed audience. So it's just a way that you can show us like, hey, we're here, we're waiting, please give it to us. We'll even help you get it there, because we know that you're trying to do something that is more expensive than most people would ever dream of taking on. We live in a time where movies are being made for millions, not thousands of dollars. So, you know, if that's our competition, is it really that crazy that we need help? You know, it's like, that's the industry that we're trying to all be a part of. So if that's the industry and that's the standard, like, we need help meeting that standard so we can compete against some of these film giants that are just absolutely saturating the market right now.
Yeah.
And when you said have it out by October, what does that mean? So do you guys want to do like festivals, streaming, put it right out physically? Like, what does that mean, get it out by October?
We're open to whatever it takes. Like, that's really, and it's where we have to be right now, because we would love to put it on a streaming service and maintain ownership of Bampire so that we could make y'all Bampire too if you want it.
Nice.
But in reality, we kind of have to be open to whatever deal comes our way. And even if it means self-releasing, we're open to that. We'll do that. If that's the way that we got to get it to you guys, like, that's the way it's coming, because Bampire is going to be released. It just is a matter of when. And it really is a pretty big difference if we don't have the money in terms of that deadline.
Yeah. It's expensive to self distribute your movie, but then you also, you know, get all the whatever you make back is also yours. So it's different. And a festival idea, you'd rather just get the movie out, or would you do festivals? Or?
I think we're interested in festivals. If we can raise enough funds to get the amount that we need to enter all the festivals.
Right. For people who don't know, it costs money to. It's not just like, there's a few, but for like your major festivals, it's going to cost money to submit, and that doesn't even guarantee you're going to get in.
Yeah, and we think we're going to win all the festivals, but it's like we might literally have to sell Bampire before we even have an option of that, unless we can raise enough. But what we know for sure is we're going to release the film to the backers and get it out there. You know, our goal, and one that we really plan to meet, is by October of this year. And the legality and the deal making for distribution is all... Yeah, we're having to stay open to it all, but definitely what we've committed to is getting the film finished and then at least showing it to people who have backed us right there.
Yeah.
Right. So we might not be able to release it to the public for a while after that, but anyone who backs our Indiegogo campaign will be given like a pre-release digital link. So we'll have like maybe a showroom or a certain day or a certain time, you know, once a week that you can go on and watch Bampire for a period of time.
And then it's more special that way too, knowing that you saw it, you know, before everyone else got to see it.
Yeah. I mean, we think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Awesome.
Yeah. And do you have like any since you've caught up many times that you guys are youthful and young, but do you have any like mentors that to help like with distribution, things to look out for? Because it can be very disastrous.
In my lifetime, ain't nobody give me nothing yet so far. Like, meeting Taylor has been the biggest thing, where he knows how to operate, and he has respect and connections. So Taylor's been a huge mentor for us for sure, and taught us a lot about just all of the steps of this process, like how to email somebody who is famous and not offend them, and all sorts of things. So that's been, I mean, for me, like the biggest, I haven't had a lot of examples to follow or a lot of support from people in my life. And Taylor has been one for sure. And Fox Robin Hood, you know, before that, it was pretty much just him. So
it's interesting. I don't think I've seen this. Maybe someone has, but I've never seen it before as a perk for your campaign. And one of them is limited edition Pogs. And I was like, this is cool. Now I see a lot of throwback stuff from the 80s and 90s is starting to be nostalgic now. But I've not seen limited edition Pogs for.
Yeah. You guys could play Sorry as the cast of Bampire.
I love this.
The dream. Yeah, that was a fun one. Like, we're both tabletop gamers, so Malachite and I also we love D&D. We're big Dungeons and Dragons fans, and so for us, we're like, we can play Dungeons and Dragons as the cast. So who knows? Maybe we'll release a campaign that you can go through. And
I love it. Yeah,
Vampire. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes.
You just hit me up if you like that.
Yes, we're big fans. But not Vampire related, but do you have some favorite board games?
Well, we're big board gamers, honestly. Like, I love Risk. I know everyone hates playing Risk.
I grew up. I grew up playing Risk. Yeah,
long time.
Yeah, I'm a sore loser too. Like, it's hard. Like,
That's part of it though. Part of playing Risk is
I didn't hear
talking to each other.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear. I didn't know people still played Risk. So that's very
yeah.
cool.
No, I grew up trying to get my grandpa and my dad to play Risk with me every night. I almost never would, but eventually you get them to. And yeah, now we have Lord of the Rings. No, actually, we have Game of Thrones Risk is the one.
Oh, really?
We did an investment because we were both like, this is worthwhile. We need to be able to defeat each other in one-on-one Game of Thrones Risk.
And Game of Thrones Risk is kind of sick because you have hero characters that have special abilities, and it could be kind of fun. It's different than the classic. But I played Lord of the Rings Risk. Let's just talk about Risk.
I'm good. Yeah, you brought up The Thing earlier, and I would recommend one of our favorite games is the Risk board game. I mean, not Risk, well, that's too, but The Thing board game. It's so good, and it captures the feel of the movie. You have to have
at least 3 people, right?
Yeah, you need I think maybe even 4, maybe at least 3.
Okay,
and,
we'll hire.
Yeah. It builds paranoia because one of you or more may be the thing, and then as the game progresses, some more people may become the thing. So
because you lie, you pretend that you're through.
Yeah, if you are the thing, you're gonna lie and try to sabatage everybody, but not let them know, and
then people fight about who the thing is.
Yeah, it's great.
If you talk about inspirations for transformations, what the things.
And then the very first time we played it, we voted to burn this girl alive in the game, not reality, because we thought she was the thing, and then she wasn't. And I've actually felt bad about this ever since. I was like, we burned her alive, and she was innocent.
The witch hunt.
Yeah,
exactly. But Annabelle always thought I was the thing last time.
Everybody thought you were the thing.
I know.
Because you were shifty and you get so excited about things. And it was like, I don't know. I think Neal is too excited. Yeah.
Just an excited guy. I don't know.
I get the giggles. Whenever people think I'm lying, I get the giggles, and it's terrible because I'm not lying.
He's lovely to play with.
Besides Pog, which are pretty awesome, what are some of the other cool perks for Vampire?
Yeah, I mean, we've got the tier that's called What's a Blu-ray, because we're doing Blu-rays, but in the 90s, nobody knew what a Blu-ray was, wasn't around. So we've got What's a Blu-ray, and you can get pretty much all of our digital gifts. Once you buy anything above the digital copy, you still get that pre-release link. We also are hoping to release a VHS, a very limited number of VHS. So, a cool part about Indiegogo is that a lot of our merch on this is going to be limited edition. So if Vampire does blow up, which we're hoping it does, then who knows? It's a cool 1 of 30 limited edition VHS, could end up being worth a lot someday, but also just in terms of the nostalgia, it was kind of hard to pass up. So I think we're going to try to actually create our own VHSs of Vampire. And then beyond that, we also have some associate and executive producer credits. So for a whole nother group of folks, I know can be really exciting. And for a project like this, that's really starting to get some traction, starting to get people talking about it, getting your name on IMDb as an executive or associate producer could be a big deal someday, in your own filmmaking career. So if that's something that you can afford or even would like to try to afford, those are available too. And that's one of the cool things that I think about, you know, being able to have a platform that allows you to back a film that early on, is that you really do deserve, you know, to feel like you're in at this ground level and like you are one of the people who are making it happen. And because that just very literally is what you're doing. So we also just give out thank yous in the credits and on IMDb for anyone who supports us on there. But yeah, we've got some cool stuff.
Yeah, like if anybody wants to be a producer, that's something we genuinely need and that we would genuinely appreciate you for the rest of time about. It's like right now our campaign has a goal and we can meet it by like a bunch of people giving us $1, which is incredible and maybe even the coolest way we could ever meet it. But we could also meet it if just like 5 people really want to help us finalize this thing and be producers on it. And anything in between all that is it's so appreciated by us. We also have some on-set unique one-of-a-kind Polaroids we took that are part of one of the packages, and those are pretty wild. And I definitely like those. I hope I get like I'm hoping. Yeah.
We'll make sure you
I won't tell you. They're only trading cards, and we're gonna ultimately release like the digital versions of all of them, and then there's only one of each. So it'd be kind of fun, I think, for like, you know, people to see like who gets which, and if there's ever some like Reddit thread about, hey, who got which one, I would just be so touched.
It's like getting the golden ticket or something.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, great movie.
Yes. The original.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Bampiremovie.com. That's an easy way to go and find out all the information.
Yes, absolutely. Please look us up. Even just traffic to the page helps.
Is there social media that you tend to be on more than others? Or any of them, all of them?
Yeah, we're big on Facebook. We're blowing up on Facebook. We're bringing Facebook back, you know. So we've got like a presence on Facebook that's Bampire, and we all just Bampire, not Bampire Movie. And then we have an Instagram that's Bampire Movie. And those are our kind of like 2 big social media platforms besides the Indiegogo. So if you guys want to, you know, follow along our journey, get some updates, see when we're on an awesome podcast like this, or when Taylor's doing a podcast, you can hear his side of the story. Those are great platforms to find out a little more about Bampire.
Excellent.
Yeah, sweet. And I mean we're on Facebook a lot. We thought because we're older, but but I think it seems like there's more interaction as opposed to and more positive interaction than something like X, where there is interaction, but it's pretty not the best interaction. I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interaction I want to avoid.
Not like any of those comments.
Todd says I need to get the original 1965 edition of Green Ghost. I believe this must be a board game. All right.
This man has every board game ever. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
They're never going to find that, Todd. He's like got these rare, never seen board games.
No, watch me get rich and buy that from you, Todd. I'm in.
We'll play. We'll come.
At least play.
Yeah. I love it.
Coast is all about the die 20. I think he wants to play some D&D with us.
Come on now, man.
That's totally.
The Thing board game sounds like a demented version of Clue.
Kind of.
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah, it's a great. They're not paying us, but it's. I recommend it. It's great. They should. Yeah.
Oh gosh darn it! If you want to,
we bring it up a lot. I don't know, but it's really fun. Yeah.
Oh, Coast wants to know if you know Nan, who runs the radio station next to Amtrak.
No, this is my metal D20.
Oh, sweet.
Amazing.
It's my only one. I don't know where I got it too. I can't afford metal dice, but I found this one.
Is it Nan Mason?
Just Nan. We'll have to ask. Coast, is this Nan Mason? Nan, who runs the radio station next to Amtrak.
It's just funny because one of our extras is literally named Nan Mason, and so I was like,
"Oh,
me?" Like
that would be pretty wild if it was.
Yeah,
it's not the most common name. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I only know like 2 Nans ever. Well, now I guess 3 maybe.
Possibly 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe still 2, if we find out.
A quantum number of Nans.
If we don't know them, though, we'd love to meet them.
Yeah.
Yeah, all Nans are cool, apparently.
Yeah, well, heck, we're gonna play D&D. We're gonna play.
We're gonna roll his metal die 20, and
yeah, we're ready. Like,
Host is asking if she is a flower child type.
Ooh, no, very much so more of a
kind of little more goth.
Little more goth. Yeah. I don't know if she like classifies herself as a goth, but she wears a lot of black. So and has dyed black hair. No flowers in there.
Do you have Nan Jr. perhaps?
Little Nan.
This is Nan Senior.
They need a club, the Nan Club or something. All right, so I'm excited to see Bampire, not just because you're here. I'm genuinely excited to see Bampire and to see you guys succeed and get it out there.
Thanks, man. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, y'all should be. We actually heard that we were featured on like some random radio station this morning.
Yeah,
oh, really?
Diane Franklin heard us like in her car on the way to work, and she was like, "This has never happened to me before. Where there's so much publicity about something that's still getting funded." And so, I think the idea is just quirky enough that people are really, curious about it at the very least. And as the people who've spent just like a year and a half, 2 years trying to get this thing going, and having kind of a lot of momentum, we really think it's going to be something special, so follow our journey. And ultimately, like, it could be a bit slow going, but it also might not be. And like, hopefully we can really just get this out to you guys, because this project has had its own sense of gravity, and I don't say that lightly. It's just really it seems to really pull people in, and I, for whatever reason, like, I'm grateful for that. So if this is speaking to you, then maybe listen to it and, give us a chance. And there's not a lot of independent artwork that really makes it even a quarter as far as it deserves to. And I'd like to help change that. Like I said, I believe in independent film. I'm not just doing this because it's an easy cash grab or whatever people want to call it. It's like, I love writing, and I'm going to be out there in the woods, God forbid, again, making another movie. If it takes that, then that's what we're going to do. So just know that, like, we're going to be out here doing our thing. And like, if you guys can support that, it's a pretty crucial time, in our career. And it's something that we've worked really, really hard for. So whatever you can do is more than enough. Even just eyes on the project is more than enough at this point.
Coast is going to get Nan Senior, maybe, to bring you onto that radio station.
That'd be awesome. Thank you so much. What? Oh, please DM us on Vampire
County and part of downtown Eugene.
Cool. Work your magic, Coast. He's a good man.
Rolling County. We're totally. That's us.
Yeah. I've seen Diane Franklin talking a lot about Bampire. It's very cool on Facebook. Former guest here on the show, Diane Franklin, and she's not just like a great actor and a very talented person. She really seems to like independent film, because that's when I had her on. It was during the strike, so she couldn't talk about her older movies, and she was just talking about her independent stuff, and she just did it because she wanted to support it.
Yeah, and she's so talented. And sometimes the cool thing about smaller projects as an actor is you go there sometimes because they have the role you haven't gotten to do before, and a role that gives you maybe a ton of screen time or a ton of really intense moments that you're looking to explore. And I think that indie film is just
movie,
more,
not to interrupt you, but the movie that she was promoting at the time, she played a really dark villain, and and that was why she took it, because it was something she never played before.
Yes, the way I think, I'm an actor, so if I think there's something that it's either got to pay well or be really interesting as art, and I'm always going to choose an interesting role if I can. If I'm not, if I've made my money that month, I'm going to do an interesting role, because that's why we like acting in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm glad you thought your role was interesting. That's good.
Also, I'm fully naked in Bampire, if anyone wanted to know, or maybe
now I'm donating my.
I'm partially naked.
This is the new
Through
sales
the roof.
pitch.
Yeah.
So we're really about that life.
We commit.
those
Yeah, I mean,
those are the really special pogs that are coming.
Yeah. Super limited. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We've had ultimately there is a lot of nudity and that kind of a thing on Vampire, but two of our lead cast members gave us the privilege of having them be that vulnerable on screen, Malachite being one of them, and Katie Gibbons, who is just an amazing actress, an amazing supporter of this project, also appears nude. Don't get too excited. Or do. But really, really wonderful. And a big part of how we handled this project was with a lot of respect toward those folks and what they were really, just how much of themselves that they were giving up to be a part of this and showing the world. So just know that those people didn't go into it thinking about it lightly, except Malachi. He was really excited.
Wasn't even the script. Yeah.
He convinced me. But it's just a really it's a cool piece, and it's something that's got some folks who probably wouldn't have put themselves so out there unless they really, really believed in the story too. So if that's any testament for y'all, that's who we're working with.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. That's incredible.
Vampire
I'm so excited for you in the dawn of your careers.
So this is the sunrise, okay?
We're gonna look back and be like, we had them on our show once.
Yeah, they were still in this crazy basement that they were living in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
cool.
that's us.
It works. I like it. Now they're way too big to talk to us, but
Please.
As long as we can play Green Ghost, I'm in.
Yeah.
We're all gonna come out to Todd's and play some Green Ghost.
Okay, done. We'll do a little reunion show.
Yeah.
But for real, if you guys have any graphics that you want us to post to, we, for what it's worth, we've got a little tiny following, and we would be happy to scratch each other's backs. That's what this whole community should be about.
Yes, I agree. I appreciate that as well. So vampiremovie.com. I've been scrolling it on and off. The links will be all here. It'll be on the website. Go and donate even if a couple bucks, or if you can, if you want to be a producer, or share it out, or you could share it out and donate. They're not mutually exclusive.
We'll take it all.
Yeah. This has really been a great time with you guys.
It really has.
Awesome. Yeah, we've really enjoyed ourselves. Ton of fun, and we'd come back in a heartbeat. So don't you worry.
When it's closer to the movie coming out, we definitely are going to do it again.
Love that.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time this evening. Thank you to all your listeners for just hearing us out. And
DM us. We're going to that radio.
Yeah.
All right.
Radio
Do it,
station,
Coast. I'll give him your email if
he's already saying he has an email you can contact.
Okay.
Amazing.
Gosh.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the heck? What is
Nice
this world?
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. We'll talk to you guys again. Bye.
Bye.
We'll take. I know it's awkward. I know doing things myself. It's awkward. Leaving.
You just go boop. Everybody does this, and
I overthink everything. So, we're gonna go to break because I need some more something to drink, and I have to use the little boys' room.
Aha.
So,
that's why they do. Just build in the breaks, right?
Yeah, I just
everyone
needed to know. But we'll be right back, and then we're gonna come back.
Will not be on a pog.
We are gonna talk about Buff, and we don't have a lot of time left already, but we'll come back. We'll talk about Buff and some other stuff.
Yeah.
And so stay with us. I'm gonna play Justin Beheading's newest review, episode 4, and maybe a trailer, and then we'll be back. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the headquarters. I'm Justin Beheading, and today we'll be talking about a new anthology horror film called Midnight Peep Show. In Midnight Peep Show, a man named Graham wanders around the streets of Soho at night and stumbles upon a business literally called Midnight Peep Show. And in each of the booths, he encounters different women who each tell their stories, and each one also takes place on Valentine's Day. The first story is about a husband and wife who experience a home invasion when a man breaks in and takes them both hostage. The second story is more or less a Saw type scenario, wherein a bride is stuck in a room with 3 male hostages and is put up to a fuck, marry, kill scenario in which she has to fuck one of the male prisoners, marry the other, and kill the last remaining one in order for any of them, save for the one that dies, to get out alive. The third and final story is about Graham and his late wife, who tried to spice up their relationship with this prostitution role play down to having him even pay her. But he soon gets suspicious when she continues to want to be paid. It soon turns out that she's doing this in order to pay off a syndicate called the Black Rabbit, and eventually has to resort to actual prostitution. So the film's stories are connected by the syndicate, the Black Rabbit, which functions almost like a jigsaw of the dark web, wherein people are forced to do certain acts on camera and are either getting paid for it in some stories or are having to pay the syndicate off in others. So I didn't love this movie, but I didn't dislike it either. It was passable. The style of the whole piece was consistent. Each story, which is helmed by a different director, was consistent in tone and execution, and I've come to find that when you have an anthology made by different directors, it is very important to have a consistency or an understanding of what each story needs to be in order to mesh with the others. I found that out when making my own anthology web series, Dark Signals. That was totally not a shameless self-promotion for my series. A perfect example of an anthology not working out because of multiple directors pushing different tones was last year's Satanic Hispanic, where each one seemed to run the gamut between either serious horror or comedic and nowhere in between. So it really did feel like multiple different directors worked on that film, whereas this one felt like each story was going in about the same direction. That consistency does unfortunately also come down to the film's budget, with the first 2 stories being largely set in one location. The last story does have multiple different locations, with the last location of the finale being a particular standout. The film does feel eerie at times, with at least one memorable visual, that being of the madam of the Midnight Peep Show, who sits at a desk with the literal Black Rabbit as a pet. Probably one of the more memorable visuals from this film. And admittedly, the only other thing that sticks out in the film is the ending, which is a what the fuck ending in the vein of William Lustig's Maniac, but far less gory. But it also definitely harkens back to Amicus Productions' anthology films, such as From Beyond the Grave and Asylum and such. Unfortunately, it doesn't rise to the heights of those films or of other great anthology films such as George Romero's Creepshow, Mario Bava's Black Sabbath, Cat's Eye, or especially another favorite of mine, Tales from the Hood. It's not a bad film, and I'm giving this one a 5 out of 10. Well, that's the review, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. What are some of your favorite anthology horror films? Whatever they are, just drop a comment down below. And I'm Justin Beheading, and I hope to see you in the headquarters sometime soon.
All right, and we're back here.
Rolling in my chair.
Yeah.
Wow, getting my blankie all straightened up. Do people know that I have a blankie? They're thinking I'm all professional, but you know, this is a very comfortable blankie.
Well, that's good. Just stay warm.
Nice. Yeah.
So they were wonderful, and I was excited about the movie. Even when I just heard the name, I was excited. Then when I read more about it and seeing that they're having claymation stuff, I was like, oh this sounds wild. And then to actually talk to them, I'm completely sold.
Yes. I didn't get a chance to bring a basket case.
I thought of it too.
That is something that so gets me in that movie. That movie is so freaking crazy. And then you've got this, he's stop motion animation. I don't know if he's clay, but little files like move. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm. Where do I have? I'm trying to. Oh, I know I have that book. Oh, it's right here. So
guess what's really sad for those who were here last time?
Dave Deadman, I see you.
This is still in the box.
You didn't put it together yet?
I haven't had a chance. I've been too busy.
All right.
And I'm very committed to the idea of having time that I just sit, listen to the thing soundtrack, and build it with nothing to do, no interruptions. Just build it. That kind of time doesn't usually happen in my world.
All right. If you build it, the thing will come.
I hope not. Please no.
Yeah.
Not
mid-sentence, I was like, that's probably not good.
No. Sorry. Moving my things. Yeah. So, yeah, they were lovely. And I think, that passion and the ability to share that passion and get them excited about projects, they brought those people in, not just because of a good story, but because they have charisma and they really care about what they're doing and seem like lovely people.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And they love board games and D&D. So there's nothing not to like there.
Is that like a way to screen people for how great they are? Is to be like, do you like board games?
Exactly. I agree. You can't. Yeah. Dave Deadman, you better like board games.
Maybe a fine card game too. Like if you play Munchkin or
card games
some random geeky card game.
I know Puppy Sloot's a big gamer.
Nice.
Yes. I don't know about Dave Deadman's. And Coast LPA is part of our group now. I like Coast a lot. He's good.
Yeah, very good to have Coast. Coast had a lot of great things to say. I'm really, really psyched that he was here.
Yeah. He I think the first time he watched us was when we were playing when we were throwing poop around the hotel. So it was a good introduction.
A fun game.
It was, yeah. Poop Shoot's a good time.
Very. So people out there, look up that game, Poop Shoot. My goodness, that was fun. And you get competitive.
Yeah, I know.
You wouldn't think it would be that great. You think it would be this horrible game.
Right.
That's just, no, it's fun.
You think, oh, you got to throw poop in a toilet. This is stupid. And yes, it is stupid. But it's very fun. And you do get into it as you're playing.
Indeed. Mm-hmm. So... what's going on, Neil Jones? You've got the buff.
Yeah, so before we get to buff, I do want to say last week we brought up that Stephen Kostansky loves, because I was talking about Sword and Sorcery Month at some point.
Yes.
And it came up that Stephen Kostansky loves Deathstalker 2.
I know, he told me.
Today, I get an email to promote that Stephen Kostansky is rebooting the Roger Corman Deathstalker series. He's making a new one.
Crazy.
I was like, this is
Did we say that on air? Like, can we capture that in time?
Yeah, it was on the last week's show. I have to find it.
Psychic.
Yeah, it's wild.
Wow. That's really cool. It's going to be amazing because of when I heard about this movie, the passion to which it was delivered to my ears made me excited enough to act. Now, some of you know, when you recommend a movie, last week I got a little touchy about it because it's hard to find time. That movie I did watch because they got me so excited about it. And it was awesome. So I'm very pumped for this. I think it has to be great. I'm excited to start following it. Yeah. Hopefully he'll be on the show and share more.
Mm-hmm. Boom. Thank you. Thank you, Coast.
Yeah, glad to have you.
You're a good man, a good man. All right. So now we're going to go over Boston Underground Film Festival, which we are going to be at.
Ooh.
It takes place March 20th to the 24th. I don't think we'll be there the whole thing. We'll probably be there for the weekend.
It's longer than that, isn't it? 20th to the 24th?
Yeah, Wednesday to Sunday.
Oh. Yeah, that is a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to figure it out. But weekend probably will be, because of the gerb,
Yeah. No, and I think that's good. Also, we have a bunch of guests scheduled on the 21st already. So.
Good. Cool.
So anyway, let's go over this. I've got some pictures of different.
Neal's got the photos lined up.
So, Immaculate will be making its Northeast premiere.
She's got immaculate skin that I'm very jealous of.
Well, I think it's a little.
I mean, I think that this person is leaps and bounds in my skin, whether it's photoshopped or not. I'm interested. I want to know because I'm sure it's not just about her lovely skin.
Buff is beyond honored to host the East Coast premiere of Michael Mohan's convent set horror Immaculate on opening night, starring Sydney Sweeney. Immaculate follows a newly minted nun who arrives at an idyllic Italian convent where devilish deeds lurk in the shadows of the sun-drenched countryside.
Sounds
interesting.
We can both do this and be in it.
I'd have to go this way.
You go the other way. Other way.
This way. See, I have. Yeah. I have mine.
I see my face on the side. Do you not see my face on the side?
No.
What?
I see me if I go over here.
Oh, that stinks. We need to switch that. I don't have enough skill to be able to figure that out. Am I here now?
Yes.
On my head?
On mine, I see like the side of your face.
What do y'all see out in the audience?
You see my hand if I do this, audience. I see my hand now.
You help us. We don't know what we're doing. Help. Someone out there. Come on, man. This is a live show. When we needed them in our darkest hour. Well, anyways, what's this movie?
This is Boy Kills World.
Oh, I've heard about this.
The genre-bending fever dream Boy Kills World, the gleefully bombastic debut from Moore, starring Bill Skarsgård, who people also know is the new Crow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And Famke Janssen, who must face off in a hyper-violent dystopian hellscape. That
Dang.
sounds cool. I like dystopian futures in movies, not necessarily in reality.
This is painful.
Oh, so it is like that way, yeah.
Which way?
That like you're doing right now.
Is it? It hurts. I don't like it.
Well, you don't have to be on.
I know, but it's weird to not be there.
So let's see. Next up. We have Femme. No, this one we just cannot.
See me at all. I can't see you either. It's not just about my face. It's about seeing Neal too. Well, okay. So here we are.
Buff will host the New England premiere of Vengeance Noir Femme from UK duo Sam H. Freeman and Nig Chun Ping, Nathan Stewart Jarrett. Stars as a drag artist who, in the aftermath of a brutal attack, grapples with the complexities of trauma and urges towards revenge against his closeted attacker, played by George McKay.
Intense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will be very interesting. I hope we get some screeners of things that we won't be able to see. Hopefully. I mean, maybe that's asking a lot, but
we probably will. We normally do.
Whoa.
This next one has my favorite title. Let me grab it.
That's intense already. Blood bags on pokey things.
The New England premiere of Ariane Louise's seizes utterly charming humanist vampire seeking consenting suicidal person.
Nice.
That name is fantastic.
It's like the German that got the, I think it was a German that got the British guy, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Because it was like a cannibal that They just had a mutual agreement. I love it. I say yes to the mutual agreement of cannibalism.
Which follows a young vampire tries to creatively circumvent her ethical quandary with obtaining fresh blood. So it's I think this sounds like a vegan tale.
George Takei. I don't think so. Was that what you said?
No.
From Star Trek?
I didn't say George Takei.
Oh.
I said it sounds like a vegan tale.
No, before that. Not that last second. So no George Takei is involved in any of this. Not Takei.
I think he just says George Takei on the brain. Infested.
It's okay. Oh, it's okay with Takei. So it's Takei. Right. What is going on with these bug things? Gross.
This skeeves me out. The New England premiere of Sebastian Vinec's 8-legged creature feature Infested, which follows the residents of a French social housing block in a battle of survival against legions of rapidly reproducing murderous spiders.
Oh my God, no. And wait, where is the setting? I don't know if I got this wrong, but
residents of a French social housing block.
Jesus, those people don't have enough problems. You got to throw spiders all over them.
Come for the 1000% nightmare fuel and discover why Vinec has been tapped for the upcoming Evil Dead spinoff. Interesting.
Man.
Wow, I'm all about that. I like spiders, but they do kind of, I know it's kind of a typical thing, but they do kind of worry.
Oh, so Neal has like a little fear.
Yeah.
We now know Neal has a little fear. Okay. Now we can play that game again together.
What game is that? You're gonna like
the card game.
I'm gonna wake up in the hotel and there'll be
flux.
There'll be
oh my God.
These spiders all over me.
Remember that never mind. I don't know if you ever saw it. Maybe you did. Dave might remember this. Long ago, there was discovered, I don't remember by whom, a video of porn with Spider-Man.
I remember this.
But it wasn't a man like a Spider-Man man. It was
a female spider.
But it had the head of an actual spider.
Yeah, and the arms.
So it wasn't like a person with legs. It was disgusting. It was horrible, yet very funny.
It's pretty hot.
It was disgusting, in my opinion, but very
funny. It was, yeah.
Very funny. Oh my God. The Spider Woman is like...
Yeah.
You need to see my thing I did. You're better off not knowing. What is this?
This is fresh off its world premiere at Sundance and Bow at South by Southwest. Buff is thrilled to bring the East Coast premiere of Chris Nash's ambient slasher In a Violent Nature to Boston film fans. A wild twist on the classic subgenre, In a Violent Nature forces an almost contemplative perspective through the eyes of a silent maniac as he slices his way through a Canadian forest full of teens. Interesting.
And it's a different take on this. It sounds like they're trying to say, well, all right, let's see what happens with the new vibe slasher.
Yeah, because Buff isn't like a festival that normally would play like just a straight up slasher movie.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, very.
I'm interested to see that. Let's see the next one. Off Ramp. Indie offerings include the East Coast premiere of Nathan Tape's Wild Juggalo thrill ride, Off Ramp. That's all it says.
Interesting.
About it. The Juggalo horror film.
Should I be talking about... oh, dear. That's a really, what's funny? That has a really great effect, but it's just paint on eyelids. Do you remember that movie at the Coolidge?
Yes, I do.
Oh my God, it was so good.
Film.
What was it called?
I forget. They were underground. In the subway, and then it had like it was like a blaxploitation kung fu movie.
Yes, it was so great. Anybody out there that knows what that is?
And I remember I wanted to try to get because it was his only movie he made, the Star, and he had this crazy name. It was awesome. I'll never remember it now. Rounding out the trio is Belgium's. I missed the first part, but Belgium's 2024 Oscar entry, Omen. The visually stunning debut from Belgian Congolese rapper and visionary Belogi, deftly wielding magical realism. Belogi delves into an intersectional miasma of clashing identity, culture, and belief when a man returns to his Kinshahan homeland and experiences a nosebleed that triggers a communal schism. This sounds like a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, sounds very complicated. Could be amazing.
Yeah, I'm about it. We have a movie called Sleep. South Korean filmmaker Jason Yu's mysterious, haunting debut, Sleep, starring the late Lee Soon-kun and Jung Yu-mi as a pair of new parents beleaguered by the fatiguing pitfalls akin with this life stage. Sleep crafts a taut and tense atmosphere of dread that descends into madness.
All right, I like the descent into madness part.
Yes. Who doesn't love a descent into madness?
Seriously, oh my God.
Strange Kindness. Buff is honored to celebrate hometown hero Joseph Malt and the world premiere of his Cape Cod set debut. Whoa. Strange Kindness, a smoldering reckoning of the American dream that explores the outer limits of empathy against the backdrop of a tense manhunt.
I'm really distracted by the nugget on their bum.
I think it was blood, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was a blood splat.
Well,
it's the picture. It's not necessarily the best picture you sent. That's the picture you didn't send. It's a picture that they sent me. I don't know.
Oh, is this from
these are all the pictures from that Buff sent.
Okay, Buff, what are you doing?
Romance is in Buff. Yes. Romance is in the air this spring with the New England premieres of several-time Buff alum Zach Clark. Genre-mashing, body-snatching rom-com, The Becomers.
Oh. I like the look of this. Yeah. Sure, eyes are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I like the sound of it.
That reminds me of Halloween, and they pulled us over and they asked Annabelle if that was her real eyes.
That was a miracle that I didn't get arrested or something. For many reasons. There are many reasons that all gone very wrong.
The next line I'm going to say, you and Todd are going to light up.
Me and Todd?
Narrated by Sparks frontman Russell Mael.
Shut up. Amazing. So great.
And Kim Albright's
I know that name.
Sci-fi exploration of love in a world where emotion is suppressed by literally removing one's heart. That's a different movie. I'm sorry. The second part was a different movie. So the first part was Becomers. The second part, but it's all one long sentence. So I'm kind of confused. But that was With Love and a Major Organ. I think this is the last one.
Whoa.
The last features. They have not announced the shorts yet, but there's always a lot of shorts, which there'll be local shorts. And
I love shorts.
this is called Tiger Stripes. Amanda Nell-Ull's energetic Malaysian team coming of age lo-fi horror Tiger Stripes. And that's all it says about that. We'll also have our usual veritable bounty of shorts programming celebrating the finest animation, transgressive horror, comedy, homegrown horror, and genre-inspired music videos. So
nice.
Go and get your
That's
badges at
I know I tease, but I feel very, very happy and lucky to be part of Buff's.
Yes.
People, thank you to Buff.
Thank you, Buff. You guys rule. I'm looking forward to being there. And we're going to go for, I know we won't be there all 5 days, but we're going to be there more than the last couple times we do it for a day. We end up coming back for another day, but we're going to try to make this work so we can at least stay.
Yeah.
John Reddy. Hey.
Yay, you're here a little earlier than usual. So good to see you. You did it, John.
There'll be some live streaming from Buff. Maybe if we have time, a game of some sort. We'll figure.
That would be cool. I think you bought something, didn't you?
Well, I gave to the campaign because I think the game looks great, but it's not actually out yet. But
you had another game though, didn't you? That you were going to bring, but then you didn't bring.
I think probably have a few.
Where the hell were we last time? Oh, we went to Worcester. No, yes, we went to Worcester.
Yeah. But but I ended up like, why don't I just get this? So I gave in and I bought the House of a Thousand Corpses board game, and I got the one with all the stuff. It's only an extra $11, and you get the figures and everything, and all the extra stuff. And they hit the 50,000 goals, so you even get like a cool box, and so they're gonna anyway. You play. I like that it's cooperative. I really like cooperative games. I think they're fun, especially when you're playing with a bunch of your friends. So you play the family, and you hunt down people and kill them, and you collect stuff like hands and livers and eyeballs, and you got to avoid the police. And the basic game comes with Captain Spaulding, Otis, Mama Firefly, and Baby. And then they've released 5 other playable characters. You can also play Tiny, Dr. Satan, the grandfather or the uncle guy, and several other people. So this looked very fun. So I'm glad I'll be getting it whenever it comes out. But I did notice that the company also makes a cooperative Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game.
Oh, nice. And that's already released?
Yeah, that one you can get. So I'm gonna look into that. And then I found out there's 2 different companies put out a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game.
I remember this because there is a rumor that one is great and one is not great. Or maybe that was Alien.
Yeah, because I watched a video and they liked both of them.
It could be Alien.
Yeah.
There was an Alien game.
They were similar but different. The other one, though, is made by Funko, which is kind of strange.
Oh, interesting. Does everybody have a giant head?
No. That one came with it. That one is a lot more inexpensive because it's a more mass-produced game. The other one's an independent studio. But so the one, I think it's something, I forget the name. I'm sorry. Halloween Studios. And that one you play the people, the victims, so you can play and they actually have all their real names as opposed to the Funko one. So you can play Sally and Pam and you can play Big Ed, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. And you can play the sheriff, which I don't really remember a sheriff character, honestly. But just wonder if they just need
in the cemetery.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like you just see him there, but maybe they just needed one extra character, and they're like, "Well, let's put the sheriff in there."
What the hell?
And then the family. So it's and they actually use the name Cook. The other one they call him Old Man, which is kind of strange. But Cook, Hitchhiker, Leatherface, and Grandpa. And so they like basically kill you or trying to kill you. And you're trying to, and that one you try to escape to the van, and you try to get. You can either, if you do get there yourself, you couldn't just take off, but you can wait and try to get everyone with you and leave. And I think
so. It's kind of co-op, but you can really screw people over.
Exactly.
If you feel like it. Was the thing like that too?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you kind of abandon people in the hallway.
Yeah, because you can get like together and try to all leave, or you can.
Yeah.
And then like the truck goes by and can like run over the family, which I think is kind of fun idea. Awesome. And if you get killed, you get brought to the meat hook, and you have a chance of like surviving. But yeah, and then the Funko one, some of it did sound cool, but what was a little off-putting to me, like they don't call him Cook, they call him the old man, which is not, he's not really referred to the old man, I don't think. And I did think it was neat that the old man is the first, I think old man is the first guy that comes into play, either him, a hitchhiker, and then the other one, and then eventually Leatherface comes out, which I did think was a neat idea. That one person plays the whole family, and then other people play victims. And but that one, the victims they're not the real actual characters. They're like made up people, which I thought was a little bit.
This got it. Well, I mean, I'm sure they did it because of licensing.
Probably because the other one's fully licensed. Sure. It's got everyone. Yeah.
It has to be it.
But they both sound cool, and they said both were good.
I'm gonna click something, and I'm gonna hope it doesn't make sound. No, it will not be the sound.
All right, it's gonna.
Oh dear.
It's like
all right, it's not making sound.
All right.
Yet. Oh my god.
She's watching Turtle Boy animation.
No. Something else. Something else. All right. I might mute myself right now so you don't get booted off Facebook. I mean, YouTube.
What the hell is going on here? It's weird stuff. So, Thorns is getting a wider release starting next week. That's going to be cool. We're going to be going to American Horror Story this weekend. We've got the 50th anniversary Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And they're going to be celebrating that at South by Southwest, which I was happy to see. Texas Chainsaw Massacre turns 50. Dark Skies launches year-long anniversary celebrations at South by Southwest. Interesting. I'm not sure how they're doing some of this. As a bone-chilling live carving by Leatherface, but who's Leatherface? You're still muted.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, that sounds good. Sorry. I was not wanting to get you.
They say in here decades before found footage hits like the Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity. Now, you can call Cannibal Holocaust found footage, it is, but and Texas Chainsaw Massacre does have like a gritty feel, but I think that's going a little too far calling it a found footage. I agree. Movie.
It's not. Found footage is when there's actually someone who's supposed to be video recording something, and that's not. No. Yeah. Who came up with that idea?
They just have it in there. I mean, there's enough you could say about the movie. Why put that in there?
Yeah, no. I sent you a picture.
Oh, okay.
Harkening back to an earlier reference. I was like, how did this even come up? And then I remembered it's because of the spider thing, and somehow I went off the rails about this. I don't know why, but it happened.
Yeah, this is not because we can't show super clear pictures, but that is
so. If you all can't tell, and I cropped this picture, you better believe. I cropped this just right. So this is the Spider Woman with the spider head. You can see like a squashed out nose, the 4 gross eyes, and then there's arms to the side, and she's busy. I cut her off where the busyness is happening.
Mm-hmm.
But it's ferocious, vigorous. It's no, it's like a spider woman. It's really gross and funny. It's funny as hell. Now y'all know that I was not making it up. It was not in my mind. But I don't know who originally found this. It was amazing.
Yeah, I don't know either. Someone sent it to us back in the day. I don't know who.
If
it was,
anybody
though.
wants to find this, I'll give
Might have
you
been
my
Dave
search
Deadman.
term.
Seems like something up his alley.
Here is my search term: Spider-Man, real spider, porn, creepy warehouse. And what do you know? I do an image search and scroll down just a little bit, and you'll see. Watch now. What am I doing to poor Buff and our fine guests? Man, I hope no one listens to this part, other than y'all fine people with us right now. Spaceman? What are you referring to, AJ?
It's a what's a you like him, the comedian. I'm not a big fan. Adam Sandler movie.
Oh, I have not. Spaceman. I do like Adam Sandler. Not every single movie, but many movies. The Hubie Halloween is so cute. It's so
I've heard
cute.
mixed things on Spaceman. Some people are loving it, some people not.
Let me check it out. Spaceman.
It's like about a spaceman who he's in outer space and his only friend is a spider.
Aww. Spaceman, Adam Sandler. It's already super cute. Who have you heard bad things from?
People with movie taste. No, I don't know. I've seen people on Facebook who the thing is, I actually like some of the Adam Sandler movies that other people aren't big fans. I'm not a fan of his comedy. I'll just say that. But I like actually a couple of his dramatic films.
Dude, you called it, AJ. The Spider is very similar. What are the movies you like of Adam Sandler?
I think what is it? Funny People, I think, is good. And Punch Drunk Love. Oh, and the Hidden Gems.
Yeah. Nope, I have not even seen them. I've really not seen that many Adam Sandler movies. I like him from his days in SNL. And then there's his goofy ass movies after that. What the fuck are they called?
Bad.
What?
Bad. No,
I didn't see that one.
Oh, I meant they're just called Bad.
No.
No, I mean, I know if people like them. I mean, people like Spaceballs and stuff too. Neal likes his art.
Neal's such a hater.
I do actually.
Hater.
I think Puppy Sloot's a big fan. Actually, I think someone brought it up once, and I just bit my tongue. I was like, yeah. But
like
Punch Drunk Love,
dude, bite your tongue because what?
Because I don't want to offend anybody. You're different. What the hell? I don't mind that. So Dave Deadman, I don't know if I could play this enough, but it's funny that you sent this to me because I got earlier today. They sent this to me too. I didn't even get a chance to really look at it, but apparently we can review it and possibly have a guest for it. Easter Bloody Easter. And he says it looks like if A25 and John Waters fucked GoFundMe. What the hell?
What?
He says, I'm going to watch it. It's going to be terrible. And that's okay.
I think you're probably right. The poster is great.
Yeah, I think so.
Am I looking at the right one? Yeah, I am. It's pretty great.
Got like it's probably, I don't know if it has anything to do with the movie.
Demonic looking bunny.
No, I think it looks awesome. I'm watching the trailer.
Yeah. Good for you, Neal.
It kind of looks like the bunny from what's the science fiction movie there? about the end of the world. Shit. Anyway,
all of them. I don't.
The official trailer for the horror comedy feature film Easter Bloody Easter, directed by Diane Foster, written by Allison Lobel, and produced by Wally Bird Productions. Coming out March 26th. Easter Bloody Easter follows Jeannie, who, after discovering her husband missing and his car wrecked and blood and fur, embarks on a journey with her friend Carol to uncover the truth behind the town's dark legend of the killer jackalope, a shape-shifting human-rabbit hybrid that terrorized the area a century and a half ago. Now Jeannie and Carol must team up with professional bunny slayer Megan to save their small Texan town.
She looks great.
Yeah, on the eve of celebrating Easter Palooza and stop the jackalope once and for all. Hell yeah, I'm in.
Easter Palooza? Oh my god.
This sounds great. He meant terrible in a wonderful way. I understand. Yeah, we understood you. You're a good man.
Terrible can be the best.
Don't bother with Easter casket.
I gotta at least see a poster for it. Oh, do you have the poster kicking around for the movie we were just discussing? Easter casket.
I'll grab it.
Yeah. Just show
Easter, bloody Easter.
Easter casket from 2013. All hell breaks loose when Peter Cottontail, aka the Easter Bunny, hears that the Catholic Church is about to do away with all Easter rituals not pertaining directly to the resurrection of Christ. With Father Asher, a warrior priest, hot on his trail, Cottontail starts a rampage, leaving the bodies of the clergy and a few schoolgirls in his wake. Can Asher stop him before it's too late? I'm not sure who we're supposed to be rooting for in this story.
Easter, bloody Easter. That looks cool. I don't think the bunny looks quite that cool in the actual movie, but
what
can you do? Still looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a weird picture from the movie. Looks squirrel-like in the thing I'm seeing, but it's probably going to be fantastically awful. And
it's a tits-a-palooza for that one. Lots of boobies.
Oh, Todd. I always appreciate when you point that out in your reviews, and you do I don't remember how you put it, but you do like fair play return of the boob action.
So should I read some from this book, The Sissy Spell? Dave Deadman was saying it, but should we save it for next week? Or?
I mean, it's 10:57. You got 3 minutes.
All right, we'll read a little bit. Should I just read this one paragraph? All right. Dedicated to Amanda. Thank you so much for being such a great friend. Love, Nikki Croissant.
Nice. Are you keeping tabs on where you're at in this
book?
we
haven't read any of the actual book. We just read the intro. So this is chapter 1. Amanda was the most amazing girl in the school. Plump, glossy lips. Big bouncing boobs. Thin waist that could fit into a pop can. That sounds like you get some issues, though.
A what can?
A pop can? Like a can of Coke?
Like a soda?
Yeah. And wide hips that could hardly fit through a doorway. This is not, I don't think this is describing a very...
This is an interesting character. This is not like a human.
Exactly. It's like a cartoon character.
Yeah.
It's a girl from Roger Rabbit.
Exactly.
Okay. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but she was the school bombshell. And every guy would almost certainly agree, except for the few weirdos who like their girls with chubby cheeks and bottle cap glasses. That's not very nice.
Yeah.
Every guy with a decent amount of testosterone in their body wanted to be with Amanda, including the guys with girlfriends. It was well known that Kate and Andrew broke up because Andrew started moaning Amanda's name while they were fucking. It seems like a really out of place word there, honestly. Everyone knew why.
It's been so classy up until now.
I know. Well, yeah, it was. Well, it seemed a little more innocent up until that point. Everyone knew why Anthony was pulled out of school because his therapist told his parents that it wasn't healthy for him to be around Amanda, and it wasn't safe for Amanda. That's a whole story for another time. Damn. Long story short, Amanda was high in demand, and now prom was coming up. Amanda had already rejected 4 guys: Matt, Curtis, Trevor, and Nick. Nick was the big surprise, the school star athlete. We were all sure he was going to be the one, but Amanda was leaving her options open. The guys in math club had a wager going, complete with odds. I saw their chart. I was very, very low on it. My odds weren't great, but at least I was on the list. By the way, we're reading this because I was sent this for my birthday from Jason Mitten. The Sissy Spell, A Tale of Mistaken Sissification. Eric was at the top of their list, now that Nick was scratched off. He was a pretty boy with long bangs that sat over his eyes. Is he from one of the Beatles?
The Bieber look.
Ah, okay. I'm thinking like back in the 50s or something. He would do the thing where he threw his head back to make his flowing hair swoosh to the side. This guy sounds pretty rocking. Girls liked Eric, so it seemed very possible that Amanda would pick him. Then there was Steve from The Incredible Melting Man. A skinny guy like me, with a whole lot more confidence. He was voted most likely to succeed, and it was already kind of successful with his budding comedy career. A budding comedy career in high school? He'd already booked a few gigs around town and was even paid to go to Edmonton to perform at Yuck Yucks. Canadian Magazine named him one of the top 5 up-and-coming Canadian performers. Damn. Why wasn't he on the top of the list already if he's like in friggin'
This is some
magazines?
fantasy scenario for the author. Come on now.
Steve had a good chance with Amanda. Also with good odds was Raphael because he was a Ninja Turtle.
Sweet. He's a cool Ninja Turtle.
He had that whole Spanish charm thing going for him, and the accent, and the deep voice.
How do we be Spanish?
Next on the Math Club odds list was a curious choice, Peter Morris. Peter even gets a last name, no one else does. Peter was already dating Suzanne Wallace, and there had been some rumors about Suzanne catching Peter chatting with Amanda in a private chat on Instagram.
Ooh.
Those rumors hadn't been verified by a reliable source, but they were enough to push Peter near the top of that list. Man, this is some riveting stuff. Next in line was Bert. Are we gonna have like 80 guys here? I mean, come on.
Just scan it. Let's Chop.
Bert was a big goon with terrible grades. This is very long. Let's skip.
Skip
We
ahead,
get the
man.
idea.
There's a lot of men.
There's a whole bunch of guys, Bert and Steve and Trevor and Raphael.
Dave, he'll keep reading, but we'll skip to the juicy bits.
Wow, Bert, though, I do see he was going to be drafted to the NHL. So we got like a professional hockey player and like a professional comedian in high school, and they thought she was going to date some like guy who like was in chess club or something.
That happens.
Well, I'm not saying it wouldn't, but why wouldn't these other guys been on the top of the list if you're taking odds? Then we've got Wendell and Kyle. Come on, people. How many friggin' people? All right, here we go. But I couldn't help fantasize. If Amanda did go to prom with me, I would probably be remembered as the coolest motherfucker in the whole school. And I was still hoping to lose my virginity before the end of the semester. If I lost my virginity to Amanda, I would be something like a god. Who gets to lose their V card to the hottest girl in the city? This guy seems like a real jerk. How many people
can pretty hot?
How many people can look back on their first time with that much pride? I knew the reality, and my prospects weren't quite so great. And every day they were getting worse. Guys were asking girls out, picking girls off the market. Sure, there were a few cuties left, but they would be picked off soon enough. The damning reality was that I was probably going to end up going to prom alone. Sure, I could have settled for a girl like Tina Parker or Lily Sandleton. What is this, written for the people who know these folks? Like, who the fuck are these people? But what was the point? That's what I'm wondering about this book. I wasn't going to ask some random 5 out just because I was afraid of looking like a loner.
We'll be right back. So I don't know if we have to like pause because in this riveting part of the story, Dave wants us to skip to the end now. You don't want the juicy bits.
You want me to skip right to the end?
Now he's saying it's starting to feel like this is a story of us. Oh, you and him.
Me and Dave.
Yeah, you and Dave.
You got to sit through it now. We're gonna not finish this for like 6 months. This is a long chapter. Okay, maybe a little bit afraid of looking like a loner. It was a Thursday afternoon. See, it's fitting. We're reading this on Thursday. When a strange surge that I can only describe as courage. Amanda was standing down the hallway at her locker, and none of her friends were around. She was looking for some textbook or another, and I knew it was my big chance. My chance to be rejected by Amanda. That's not very confident. But in that moment, I didn't really care about rejection. I didn't want to leave school without having tried, even if it meant being the laughing stock for a day.
AJ has a great question over here.
Does anyone die? I don't think so. Like Nick, like Trevor, like Curtis, like Matt. Anyway, he starts walking toward her. Let's get to when he meets her.
Yeah, skip ahead.
Hi, Jeremy, she said. So Amanda's finally talking to him.
Oh.
Do you have glue?
Are they still at the locker?
I guess.
Do you have glue?
This is what he says to her. Do you have glue? I said loudly.
Oh, that's his pickup line.
Mm-hmm. Hey, baby, you got some glue? Send me some Elmer's. I hid my tremendous hands behind my back. What? What the hell? Glue, she said, giggling and narrowing her eyes. What kind of glue? Did she have multiple kinds?
Well, there's
white glue,
like horse glue. There's Elmer's glue. There's paste.
Super glue.
Super glue.
He's looking for white glue, he says. I know what that's code for. For a project. No, she said. Sorry. I think there's some in pretty much every classroom, though. Okay, I said.
Oh, no. AJ's bored. Sorry,
Then I turned away and walked as far away as I could from her.
Maybe we need to make up
humiliating attempt, but I suppose it could have been worse. I could have thrown up in front of her or on her.
Some people like that.
Yeah, it's true. Or it could have been as bad as the time in the 10th grade when I went up to Brooke Crawford to ask her out. She ended up sneezing in her face. What? Oh, and he ended up sneezing in her face. That was bad.
Oh my
she
God.
Still went
John
on a
Reddy
date
has
with me.
such great lines. You really do.
If she has paste, love won't waste. If she has glue, she'll be stuck on you. Love is a beautiful thing, John. Exactly.
Poor AJ, though. You should throw that up on the screen.
What?
AJ's tapped out.
He's no fun.
I don't blame him.
As I walked away from that awkward scene, I looked up and saw two girls staring at me, covering their mouths, snickering. Were they laughing at me? Did they just watch me crash and burn? Was my little encounter horribly awkward to more people than just me? Damn, this goes on forever. Okay. What do you give me a page? Want me to turn to a page?
Are there chapters that have titles?
No, they just say chapter 3 and stuff. They don't tell me what they're about.
How many pages are in the book?
144.
Go to page. Let's let the audience figure it out.
Dave says 93.
93. Dang, Dave's done with this book. John says page 69.
Whoa. Here we go. I skirted out of the changing room back into the hallway. Now my heart was furiously rattling, warning me to stop before I dropped dead. I was walking through the school hallway dressed like a girl. Makeup done, and I couldn't stop myself. It was almost like some intense force had hijacked my body and was now taking it for a free ride, trying to get me into a ton of trouble. But the excitement was so intense. I was grinning, blushing. I loved the feeling of that skirt dancing around my thighs. See?
Good for him.
I turned a corner. Two students were talking in the hallway. They turned to look at me, making my heart sink into the pit of my stomach. One smiled at me and then went back to talking. They didn't realize I was out of place. They had no idea that I was a boy, not a girl. So I kept walking straight, trying to stop my legs from trembling and collapsing. I moved towards the back exit, reached the door, and walked out.
Like the rest of the people watching the show.
I had my boy clothes clenched in a tight ball. I had no idea what I was going to do with them or where. I was going, but I knew I had to get away from the school as long as I was dolled up, and that intense desire to be dressed up was too strong to ignore. Damn. Right.
My God. The end.
The end. This is a great ending.
Such a lackluster, disappointing.
I had my fill. I just assumed the character.
Dave's got a good comment over here.
Yeah. There we go.
Most recent comments.
That is the sissy spell.
Oh my God.
That was good. It was a great ending. I'm kind of hoping someone just tuning in. Can't lie. So there you go.
Well,
sissy
dang,
spell.
that was a long time, dude. What I said, it was like 10:57. It's 11:13. How? The time flew by. It was magical.
Exactly. All right, so we'll be getting out of here.
You gonna play a song?
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing the tunes. Who's on?
I mean, our song.
Oh. Oh, you got the ukulele.
Oh yeah! Look at this sweet thing.
Going to Boston Underground Film Festival. That's a lot of words to put in a tune. Nothing rhymes with festival. All right, but this is not the music of the month yet. Once we fine tune and get in sync, maybe one of these days, music of the month, Emotional of Annabelle and Neal.
How that sounded. Oh,
good.
harmony.
Yeah. Maybe instead of games, we'll bring the ukulele.
You know, every week we can learn part of a song.
It'll probably go better than the sissy spell. Some people can
so excited for this.
Some people just can't appreciate literature. There you go, Dave. So next week here on the show, I'm trying to figure this out. Who's on next week? Is it Alan? No, I think that's the 21st. Oh, so next week. So next week will be.
Alexa, shut up.
Huh?
Alexa, stop listening.
Oh, next week.
He said next week, and it's like next week. He's gonna like read the weather or something.
Mike Mendez from Satanic Hispanics.
That's awesome.
And Jill Gavergazian.
Jill Six. Does she use Jill Six at all anymore?
I don't think.
Well, forget that.
Mm-hmm. She'll be talking about her new film, which is premiering at Panic Fest. So
I love the stylist so much.
Yeah. So that's very good. That's going to be a fun show. Then the week after
Yeah.
that, we'll be, see if we can
kicking
get
ass guests.
So, all right. And also coming up, 50th anniversary Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes.
Going to be pretty
special guest.
Yeah, we never had him on before. Alan Danzig.
Sherry.
Gonna be good times. All right, so we got our new music of the month from the good folks at We Are Horror Records. Their newest signee, they just signed a Month Tricie and the Phantom Punks.
Cool.
They're pretty awesome. Send us a bunch of tracks. Send us some pictures. Deadman's excited to hear some horror punk. All right. Also, that same record label has the Tomb of Nick Cage, so it's very cool.
Oh, sweet. Excellent. Right, folks.
All right, here we go.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
This is Nasty Neal.
And this was Without
Your Head.